A ver, ya deberemos de estar. Sí. Sí, ¿no? O no. O sí. Sí. Buenísimo. Vamos a buscar una partiduki. Para perder antes de entrar en Rebashol. Rica coquita, manjar de los dioses. Ay, ay, ay. Ya empezó la partida, increíble. Aquí viene bien. Caí, yo creo, ¿no? A ver. Es que nada. Controles. Lo subí al 20. Vamos a bajarlo al 15 otra vez. Lo había subido al 20 para los flicks. Pero lo único que logré fue sacarme, confundirme a mí solo.
Reforzando la pared.
10 segundos. 5 segundos. Bomba localizada por el enemigo.
Dejaremos un regalito. Esto les fastidiará bastante.
Bueno, ahí no es donde quería que quedara, pero... Por favor,
Ahora sacaré mi otro yo.
Tequila en recargo.
Buenísimo. La otra no sé muy bien dónde ponerla, la verdad. Es un dron. Es un... Eso significa que probablemente hayan quitado la de acá. Exactamente. Pero la volvemos a poner y no importa.
Su posición
Bueno.
está comprometida. Solo está vivo uno de los atacantes.
Vamos, te has visto en peores situaciones.
Solo faltan 15 segundos.
Joder.
Los defensores eliminaron a los atacantes.
Estaba viendo por el lado equivocado. De todas maneras era Thor. ¿Dónde estamos ahora? Where are we? Estamos hasta arriba. ¿Caí? No, caí, ¿por qué? Vamos... Un lesión. Ahí va a ir mute en realidad. Mute era min mute, se me olvidó.
Prepárense para enfrentarse al enemigo.
No hay tiempo que perder.
Faltan 10 segundos.
Estoy viendo a ver si sube algún dron por acá. Joder.
5 segundos. Los atacantes han localizado una bomba.
Fuera flor de espino.
Joder.
Cambiando carga.
Me acaba de hacer un nuevo peinado eso, ¿eh? Joder. Joder, tremenda mi puntería, ¿eh? Está abajo.
Hora de poner
Está
el
aquí.
cebo.
Se escucha.
A ver quién muerde el anzuelo. Voy a cambiar el cargador.
Joder, está dentro. Lions
Queda
Inside.
un agente de los defensores.
Déjame mover la cámara, por favor. Ah, ya lo mató.
Queda el último atacante.
En realidad lo bajé yo con mi cosita esa del cáncer. Les meto así una espina y les da sida. No lo cases. Deja que te cate. Por eso.
Defensores eliminados. Misión fracasada.
Mm, mm, ¿6? Vamos, 6. Porque la última vez salió bastante bien.
Dron aliado desplegado. El enemigo refuerza su posición.
Más abajo.
Diez segundos para la inserción. 5 segundos para la inserción. Han encontrado una bomba. Vayan a esa posición y desactívenla.
Hasta luego. Saco el soplete.
No, por aquí no quiero. Aquí hay una cámara, por cierto, ¿eh? ¿Dónde es? ¿Por dónde bajó mi dron? Por aquí.
Carga de recibo desplegada. Pongo otro cargador.
Demoliendo con Selma.
Joder, salió del otro lado. Me estaban viendo, tenía una cámara encima. Ah, no.
Hay que recuperar el Sedax.
No hay nada que pueda ver aquí.
Último miembro de los enemigos vivo.
Activo implante de adrenalina.
Aguas, está tu compa.
Viendo carga de racimo.
Le valió verga.
Solo queda un atacante vivo.
Estás un hit, un shot. Está de la derecha. ¡La puerta!
Aliados neutralizados.
Lesión, no sé por qué estaba tan puteado de lesión. Yo creo que del fuse. Vamos 6, ¿qué importa? ¿Tengo otra skin? No, solo es que me guste, pues.
Dron aliado desplegado. El enemigo refuerza su posición.
Vamos a salir
Inserción
cap.
en 10 segundos. Inserción en 5 segundos.
Caban Mossy.
Bomba localizada. Vayan a su posición y desactívenla.
Podemos entrar por aquí, pero no. No, la verdad es que no. Prefiero, por ejemplo, hacer algo así.
Carga de racimo activada. Activando carga de racimo. Activa cargador. Activo implante de adrenalina.
Voy a recargar.
Tienen uno en cada lado, ¿verdad?
Pongo adrenalina.
Joder.
Sedax ya no está en nuestras manos.
Justo el momento en el que me distraigo. Lo hubiera puesto, pero del otro lado.
Solo queda un atacante vivo. Los aliados han muerto en el combate.
Condones, dice ahí. JXI, condones. No me lo puedo creer. Ah, este y este. Otra. $24, veamos si es cierto. También algo que quería hacer era accesibilidad. Vamos a ponerlo en moradito. Vamos a subirlo yo que sea al 50. Estamos... Vamos, mute. ¿No tengo skin para este? No. ¿Y para este? Tampoco. Para el que tengo skin es para esta, pero... Pero no sé si me conviene.
Prepárense para eliminar a los hostiles.
¡Pongo más munición!
El sensor espectro está al acecho.
Por aquí debería de haber otro, ¿no? Sí.
Estación con a la espera. Estación con a desplegada.
Faltan 10 segundos.
Sensor en posición.
¿Qué pared podemos...?
5 segundos y contando.
Esta, supongo.
Preparo escudo.
Los atacantes han encontrado una bomba. Prepárense para el ataque.
Sensor activo y buscando dispositivos.
¡Pongo más munición! Electrosensor activado.
Sí, porque vamos exactamente al mismo lado. Joder.
Dispositivos.
Descubrieron a la K.
Sensor activado. A ver qué encontramos.
Joder. Joder. No, muévete, 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 muévete. He's in the door. Oh.
Los atacantes están desarmando una bomba. Desactiven sus SEDAX. Último agente aliado en pie.
Pues tardaron mucho tiempo para matarme, ¿no? Oh, no.
Misión fracasada. Aliados eliminados.
Vamos mute otra vez, 100%. Main mute desde la beta.
Prepárense para eliminar a los hostiles.
Electrosensor activo.
Yo me ocupo de esto. Defensa perimetral activada.
Cambio de cargador.
¿Puedo? Se puede.
Faltan 10
Gracias.
segundos. Faltan 5 segundos. Los atacantes han encontrado una bomba. Prepárense para el ataque.
No, vamos a ver qué podemos mutear. Esta.
Inhibidor listo para activar.
Esta también estaría bastante bien, la verdad. Joder. ¿De dónde me dio?
Desactivador de bombas puesto. Queda el último agente aliado en pie. Localicen el desactivador y destruyanlo.
Oh, no.
Defensores eliminados. Misión fracasada.
Vamos, Ace. Yo confío en el Ace. En el Ace. Solo que lo de las Claymore, yo veo que a mucha gente le sale bien. Pero yo nomás no. No sé qué es esto. O sea, si hay soft walls, las puedo destruir. Y si no, pues me toco los huevos. Y ya está.
Dron aliado desplegado. El enemigo refuerza su posición.
¿Dónde yo creo que es?
Inserción en 10 segundos.
Vamos a ver quiénes más están.
Inserción en 5 segundos.
Bueno, ya tenemos más
Han
información.
encontrado una bomba. Vayan a esa posición y desactívenla.
Listo en ruta.
¡Rango detectado! ¡Primera planta!
¡Pongo otro cargador!
Desplegándose el mar.
Yo voy a abrir todo lo que vea.
¡Cambio cargador!
Yo voy a plantar aquí, me vale verga, la verdad. ¡Ah, pero me cago en mi puta madre! ¡Alguien que me ayude!
Faltan 15 segundos. Faltan 10 segundos. Solo que faltan 5 segundos.
Bueno, tal vez en realidad fue mi error. O sea, ya teníamos ese sitio seguro, podíamos haber plantado ahí. F. Ni pedo. Hasta no defendemos. ¿En dónde estamos? Mute. Main mute desde la beta.
Prepárense para enfrentarse al enemigo. Lanzando FNAC.
Hora de reciclar un poco esto.
Inhibidor iniciado.
Diez segundos.
Inhibidor instalado.
Faltan 5 segundos. Los hostiles han encontrado una bomba. Prepárense para luchar.
Activando inhibidor. Preparado.
Y ahora me puedo llevarlos de las puertas. Y ponerlos... ¿Por qué hay...? Ah, ¿qué iba a decir? Este de aquí arriba no hace falta, la verdad. Porque simplemente te posicionas, por ejemplo, así. Y cuando te levantas ya estás apuntando. Así solamente haces que puedan ver hacia acá y maten a tus contiguos. Pero vamos a ver.
Inhibidor listo.
Activando cámara.
¡Joder! Joder, desde abajo. A la Valkyria no sé cómo la mataron, la verdad, ¿eh? Es que increíble. O sea, cuando se mueren y dicen, bueno, está bien, y se van a FK en las cámaras, es increíble.
15 segundos.
Joder.
Misión fracasada. Aliados eliminados.
Yo me inmute, la verdad, ¿eh?
Prepárense para eliminar a los hostiles.
Alambre de espino puesto.
Y así cubrimos la pared. Esto lo podríamos quitar un poco.
Preparo cobertura móvil.
Pero por favor, déjame salir de ahí. F5 sí, F6 no. No, porque no fue intencional.
Cohorte aliado en pie.
Dice sorry. Están todos adentro, weón. ¿Para qué? Ela, se los tiene que hacer. Le voy a poner. Nah, don't worry. I panicked and ran. Run, run, run. Los verbos del run. Ahora atacamos. Mi favorito. Podemos ir ahí. Que por cierto, sí se puso lo del morado. Sí, morado. A ver, vamos a ponerlo al 100 entonces. Y lo de la sacudida de pantalla. No, que no se sacuda.
Dron aliado desplegado. El enemigo refuerza su posición.
Es en el segundo piso, yo creo que era el primero. Pero hay otras escaleras por acá, según yo.
10 segundos y fuera. Inserción en 5 segundos.
Según yo, quién sabe.
Han encontrado una bomba. Vayan a esa posición y desactívenla.
Escucho un mute, pero no lo veo.
El SEDAX ya no está en nuestras manos.
¿Se está en dónde? Ahí de arriba había alguien yo, Creo que aún así no sé si sea seguro subir.
Queda uno de los enemigos.
Recoger, eso es importante. Espérate, porque es por acá.
Pongo tu cargador.
El SEDAX ha sido recuperado.
Moliendo con Selma.
Joder, está muteado.
Equipo enemigo eliminado por los atacantes.
A ver, somos 4, Cuidado.
Dron aliado desplegado. El enemigo refuerza su posición.
Ahora sí es donde yo creía.
Segundos. 5 segundos y fuera. Han encontrado una bomba. Vayan a esa posición y desactívenla.
¿Por qué no puedo entrar en...?
Cambio cargadores.
Aquí, ¿no?
Listo en nota.
Carga de recarga.
Sí, yo sabía.
Pongo más munición.
Reponiendo cargador.
Demoliendo consola.
Le han detectado.
Dron activado.
Colocando carga.
Creo que ya sé dónde está.
Carga de racimo desplegada.
Puede que esté por ahí. Sí. Uf. ¡Fuck! Me confundí.
Cambiando cargador. Su posición está comprometida.
¡Ah, no! Le estaba disparando a otra persona. ¿A quién?
Queda uno de los enemigos.
¡Ah! A la Ash.
El SEDAX está en nuestras manos.
Y más o menos sabemos dónde está, ¿no?
Quedan 15 segundos.
Vamos a ver al Glass. Va a dar la
Quedan
vuelta.
10 segundos.
Pon, planta. Desgraciada.
Quedan 5 segundos.
Planta.
Solo queda un agente del equipo aliado.
Joder.
Los aliados han muerto en el combate.
Si hubiera plantado justo cuando... O sea, podría haber terminado de plantar y luego ayudar al otro. Pero paniqueó. Paniqueó el compa. Paniqueó y entonces... Pero mira, le vamos a dar eso. Ni pedo. F. Se están haciendo buenos intentos, ¿eh? De eso no se puede decir nada. Buenos intentos están habiendo. Ah, podríamos empezar aquí. Vamos a empezar aquí. ¿Por qué no? Stobon Supersonic. Ah, no, Super Sony. Mickey Nava. Oh no, uno de su equipo tiene mal internet. Oh my god.
Dron aliado desplegado. El enemigo refuerza su posición.
Aquí nunca he entrado, nunca ha aparecido por acá, la verdad.
Segundos y fuera.
Ya sé dónde estoy, pero
Segundos y fuera.
creo que me fui muy abajo.
Vayan a la posición de la bomba y neutralícenla.
Sí, sí. Aquí donde hay cámaras. Una cámara. ¿Ah?
¡Pongo más munición!
Joder, estamos bien, ¿eh?
Activando secuencia de Selma.
Joder.
No está en nuestras manos. Último miembro de los enemigos vivo.
Deberían de plantar en vez de estar
Está asegurado.
haciendo el baile de la Macarena. Todos nuestros drones están a... Hasta luego, ¿eh? Es Mossy. Tiene buenas armas.
El SEDAX funciona. Protéjanlo a toda costa.
Y si consiguió algunos drones, podría... Podría. Porque ahorita los dronea, dice, está por ahí. Está acá.
Solo
Joder.
queda un atacante vivo.
Ya ganamos. ¿Por qué Miki Nava se ha ido? ¿Ganamos? ¿Qué pasa? Dijo, oh, tienen mala puntería, ya me voy. Aunque ganamos, tienen mala puntería. Aquí sí galería de tiro. Vamos 6 otra vez, no perdemos nada. Tenemos buen equipo, me gusta. Si en vez de lo que hay, Leon y Fuse hacen buen equipo hasta eso.
Dron aliado desplegado. El enemigo
Porque
refuerza su
justo
posición.
en el momento en el que Fuse empieza a detonar las cargas, tú activas el scan ese de Leon. Y entonces, si hay alguien justo en las cargas, tiene que correr. Y si corre, uy,
10 segundos.
disparó las dos.
Vayan a la posición de la bomba y neutralícenla.
Joder.
Está listo el dron.
Por favor, ayúdame.
¡Cambio cargador!
Queda uno de los enemigos.
Joder, ¿no?
Equipo enemigo
Acaban de ser
eliminado
completamente
bajo su mando.
destruidos. ¿Qué pasó? What happened? Defendemos un mute. La verdad es que me gusta. O sea, el hecho de que puedas defender paredes, quitar drones y... Porque, por ejemplo, el Gemini de Yana tampoco funciona. La cosa esa que tiene Yakax no funciona sobre los mutes. Eh, sí, hay varios agentes, por ejemplo... Yo supongo que los de Echo sí porque es mi equipo, pero... Por ejemplo, Twitch y Brava, sus drones no funcionan. Es como bastante flexible.
Prepárense para eliminar a los hostiles.
Saca.
¡Mal de ojo en vigilancia!
¿Por dónde más entran? Por acá, ¿no? Pero entonces queremos ponerlo aquí.
Faltan 5 segundos. Los atacantes han encontrado una bomba. Prepárense para el ataque. ¡Pared reforzada! Adiós, vigilando. No pierdas la fuerza por la boca.
Sí, ahora sí que les vemos bien.
Listo el mal de ojo.
Esto sí no quiero que lo rompan, en realidad. Creo que la tiré al piso. Joder. Joder. Me atoré en la paredcita. Aquí las más útiles van a ser las de maestro, yo creo, ¿eh?
Queda el último agente aliado en pie.
Joder. Ahora nos destruyeron ellos a
Eliminados.
nosotros.
Misión fracasada.
Un mute otra vez, yo creo.
Prepárense para enfrentarse al enemigo.
Primero que nada. Ahora acércate.
Recargando.
Faltan 10 segundos. Faltan 5 segundos. Los atacantes han localizado una bomba.
Esta no. Quiero protegerlas de aquí, de ser posible.
Echemos un
Sin inhibidores de señal, pues me robo esto.
Inhibidor activado.
Joder,
Recarga.
me dejaste sordo, la verdad, ¿eh? Sordo y un poco tonto. ¿Pero por qué te vas, desgraciada?
Queda el último agente aliado en pie.
Oh, no.
Faltan 15 segundos. Misión
Oh,
fracasada.
somos 3 contra
Sensores
5.
desactivados.
Un mute.
Prepárense para eliminar a los
Ay.
hostiles. Vale, ojo lanzado.
Estoy recargando.
Quedan 10 segundos.
Inhibidor listo para activar.
5 segundos para la inserción. Los hostiles han encontrado una bomba. Prepárense para luchar.
Iniciando interferencias.
Vale, ojo desplegado.
Activando inhibidor.
Vale, ojo en posición.
Cargador nuevo.
Listo, C4. Detectado objetivo. Primera planta.
Contramedidas listas.
Es que también estoy seguro que en el momento en el que me mueva de aquí va a salir alguien corriendo. Vamos. Joder. ¿De dónde me dieron? Ah, en la puerta.
Queda un enemigo.
Joder. Ganamos. Increíble.
Atacante eliminado.
Mi equipo se merece que les chupe el pito. Pero de una manera increíble, la verdad, ¿eh? O sea, no poco. ¿Not easy to easy? ¿Qué dicen estos locos? Too easy, dice. Bueno, ahora toca. Todos saben que toca hoy, ¿verdad? Disco Elysium All Nighto. Qué rico el Rainbow Six, pero es hora de evitar una guerra civil. Ay. Mm. El teclado está muriendo por el segundo, ¿eh? Políticas. Me lleva sin tocar. Me encanta. La T no funciona. El backspace, el borrar, no funciona. La A veces funciona. El espacio a veces funciona. Pero bueno. Vamos a esperar a que abra el juego y mientras yo me voy a fumar un cigarrito. Un rico cigarro. A ver, espérenme. ¿Dónde dejé mi encendedor? ¿Hola? Bueno, ni pedo. Dios, yo no tengo cerillos tampoco. Ni pedo, a ver. ¿Cuál bien rápido? Fue lo mismo de siempre. Fue como a las 11:30. Ahí estamos, continuar. ¿Qué podemos hacer aquí? Lo mismo de siempre. No es cierto. Esas son puras mentiras.
The door is closed.
O sea, lo mismo de siempre. Es más gente, ¿no? Que no estaba aquí antes. A ver. Buenos días, me diste mi compa.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
Es el MCR como nosotros. Vamos a subirle un poco el volumen.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
¿Una poli del MCR?
Yes, I am.
Yo también.
I know.
Here's the real deal.
Es inigualable.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere. But if you had to guess, you would say the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
¿Eres la caballería?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
¿Por qué no quieres hablar?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Me he pasado con mucha gente.
No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
¿Qué distrito
What
pertenece?
precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
Hoy.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
Yo también.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
¿También?
Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Okay,
¿Me quieres traer por aquí?
I'm just looking out for...
Sí, eso
No,
voy a
no.
hacer.
I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Una cara a caballo.
You're a fucking asshole. Are we done here?
¿Y tú qué me...?
You look like shit.
Los pectos desgreñados se reflejan en las gafas de sol.
And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Es aposta.
Like undercover?
Well, as far as disguises go, this is one of the best I've seen. I mean, I could swear you're an actual bomb.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What do you want?
there's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise.
No, por nada. Desafiante, llamaste a la central. Uf. Va disfrazado.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening though.
¿Te vas
Who
a
is
ir?
this guy?
Me vas a dejar, no lo puedo creer. ¿Quién es este tío?
I'm not getting involved in this.
No perdemos nada.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
¿Me conoce de algún lado?
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
¿Yo qué? ¿Ahora qué hice?
Another life.
¿De otra vida?
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
No. No me acuerdo si era la 41 o la 57. Porque una es la de este señor y la otra es la mía. ¿41?
Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere.
Estoy usando el avión, solamente estoy diciendo que que hoy toca Disco Elysium toda la nochecita.
Somewhere good.
Hablemos más sobre esa hipotética comisaría.
Okay.
Hola, hipotética 4-1. Sí, vamos a fantasear un poco. Vamos a perder el tiempo en este universo alternativo.
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
¿En plan con pinches del crimen o?
No, because in this thought experiment, we are police officers in a police station. We don't do crimes. We're not crime bros.
Come on, stop it.
Tienes un crimen que resolver. Y me quedas mal.
Oh no,
Pues si el
no,
compromiso
no.
es tuyo, no
I
mío.
enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
Dice sacudiendo la cabeza y mirando con desaprobación. ¿Quién más está?
You're not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang.
¿Qué es eso?
Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you.
¿Quieres contarme más?
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
No puedo seguir imaginando.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
Oh, pues. Nada te gusta a ti. Tengo que hacerte algunas preguntas.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
De saco de mierda.
Exactly.
¿Me vas a responder las preguntas?
No,
¿Por qué no?
because it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging?
Escucharme barruntar.
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
Sobre investigación de un hombre.
So, do you know who hanged him?
Todavía no.
Yeah, I can see that.
¿Qué hago con
I
tanto de
don't
esto?
know. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even? Strange.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. You're not shitting me, Millen. I can smell it all the way here. The whole town stinks.
We're getting to it. There have been complications.
Tal vez podrían ayudarme.
I would love to, but I'm busy fucking off and not cramping your style. And that might cramp it, you see? Helping you. I don't know. Why are you?
Te mira de forma extraña.
Oh my god, there's more. You want... Watch out for yourself.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
La reconozco.
Oh really? I wonder where.
Cuando llamé para denunciar su desaparición.
That's the where you remember me from?
Tal vez.
Okay then. It's probably a coincidence. People sound alike. Goodbye.
Advanced race theory.
Ah, ahora podemos ir con el otro señor. Sí.
Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
Tengo un punto de habilidad. Me lo voy a guardar, la verdad.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
Súper raro.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still.
Estaba pensando lo mismo.
Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Somos de la misma.
I'm going to say no, just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Ok.
Okay.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Ok. Tú tienes que decir algo nuevo.
Can I help you?
No. Tú.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
No. No recuerdo, había que ir a hablar con la otra señora de los tatuajes.
You're back. Good.
Sí.
She reaches for the photo, takes it, then holds it in her hand for about half a minute in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Permanecer en silencio.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
¿Qué opina?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points, the stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Como estrellas.
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
¿Para qué sirve?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
¿Qué destinos visitó?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
¿Esto?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Vredefort? Vredefort has a military academy. The Semines Islands saw a recent conflict. In Revachol, he was executed.
Lo de la carrera militar, sí.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
¿Quién puede contarme
His
más?
platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Necesito la
Do what you
información.
have to do, detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Eso es
Is
todo,
there
thank
anything
you.
else I can...
Y ahora guardamos, era con F5, ¿no? Ahora podemos ir a la otra parte del puerto, la verdad. Y también debemos ir a lo del señor que vive acá arriba. A partir de las 9, sí. Si mal no recuerdo, a alguien más. Bajar un poco el volumen, no, que la chinga. A ver ahí. ¿Mapa? Ah, las barras de peso, umbral de dolor, abstracción. Bueno. Podemos saber.
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up in his face. Leave yourself space to move.
Not bad advice, actually. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work.
Es un mercenario.
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
Vámonos a un lugar
It
más.
just has to be said, that was not a convincing line.
¿Habrá de casualidad un tribunal?
Fucking bug.
I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
No suena muy
Fucking
convincente.
loincloth.
Loincloth? Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say, is it? Better not to press the issue further, sire. He seems tense. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow.
Te necesito para que...
Slowly, he's trying to get his right to work dance back on.
Así ya está bien. El volumen del juego. Mi campeón como en Juego de Tronos. ¿Qué es lo que pretendes conseguir?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
Y no podrás forzar la entrada.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Mide cabeza.
Yeah. Giant on the bridge that kicked your ass. Head measurer. Won't let the workers by. The access panel is right behind him.
Yo diría que puedes contra él.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Todos de una vez.
Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now. if you can't get in anyway?
No. They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
Es justo lo que vamos a hacer, abrir la puerta.
Do not be fooled by the programming. There is a precarious balance inside him, keeping him in check. But it's shaky as hell, and he's tired of it all.
A ver lo de la foto.
Don't think so.
Lo gruñe sin apenas mirarla. El hombre que fue ahorcado detrás de la cafetería era de tu coronel. Estamos investigando un asesinato. El cuerpo de la víctima estaba tatuado. ¿Este?
Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving, hard as a stone, but beneath it.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
¿Paletos?
Yeah.
Ah, ¿qué significa?
What it means.
Casi en su
I
estómago.
can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Sí.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Bonito is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminese archipelago near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Seminese nationalists in the proxy war held on the island's territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Escucharlo.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
Realmente tranquila, muy lejos de ese derecho al trabajo.
At dawn, he comes upon two kips, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old.
No ha sido nada.
She was quite the entertainment. For the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now.
Ok.
Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach.
¿Estabas ahí?
No, I was in the domain, in Jamrock, being a bouncer.
En realidad no eres el líder Esquirol.
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But
Para sorpresa de nadie, la verdad. Pero me dijo que no perdiera la foto, entonces ¿me la puedes devolver?
go ahead. All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
Yo creo que me va...
The photo in your hands. The dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
Yo ya me iba. Yo creí que iba a ser más difícil, la verdad, ¿eh? Sí sirvió de algo, ¿no? Sí. Ah, también tenemos que hacer lo de la armadura. Lo podemos hacer antes de subir.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
La radio.
Precinct 57, how may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
Uno de sus nombres es Krenner.
Yes, that is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CBP. And the one before it was Downwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor.
Krenner, Sediment y Downwell. Son los tres que tenemos
they
acá,
work
¿no?
on Sediment and somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Un registro de la persona, lo mismo que dice aquí.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
Inténtelo, es imperativo que sepamos de quién era esta armadura.
Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then.
Oh.
57.
In the cabin, you see a
Vamos a hacer esto. A ver, antes de... ¿Hay algo más? Vuelve con cronométricos. Sí, todas las piezas. No los de descolgar, los tatuajes. A alguien más. ¿A quién más le podría preguntar? A la señora ya me dijo que no, a la otra, pero no sé quién es, con las botas. Ante Titus, el criptozoólogo, un poco de speed. Ah, hoy es miércoles, de hecho hoy podemos ir a eso. Esto. Una nueva zona en Martínez. La hora del karaoke. El pasadizo. Podría llevarte un tiempo. Lo de la placa. Ok. Vamos a abrir esto.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Pupilo racial poco comprometedor. Creo que sé. El racialismo es lo que los ricos quieren que hagamos mientras ellos se llevan toda la pasta. Solo es algo que provocas a la gente. Es lo que quieres que sea. Es un ejercicio de lenguaje. ¿Esto?
Everyone can see that. It has
Baby, don't be mean.
anything for you, babe.
Uf.
Look, babe. The minion of law is also a racist. But his racism is basic and
So unadvanced.
the basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum are the sole authors of race theory. And esoterics that reaching back to the ancient mass society of Pericarnassus over 4,500 years ago. Basic racist, I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad, like a little boy who wants to go on the potty. I can press the button for you. It will open the door.
Lo que quería.
Very well. You may enter the door once. Our race conversation here has concluded.
Finally. Let's go.
¿Qué puerta? Esta puerta. Joder, ¿no? ¿Y aquí qué hay? No se puede abrir de este lado sin una tarjeta. Hay que hablar con el líder del sindicato. Cada trabajador igual a miembro de la junta. Exige democracia. Hostal. De los de toda la vida están cerrados con llave. Una máquina de café encendida. La fumé.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Lo abrimos.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
Organizas con cuidado. Buscamos.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Algo interesante.
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Obligarte a concentrarte.
Look how blurry
Vayamos.
all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to
Ah, pero
yourself.
tenemos un...
You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
Combinar con unas con las
Is
otras.
that what you're doing with those folders over there?
Sí.
Right. This is probably not relevant to our case. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
The drawer slides.
Podemos. ¿Qué era voluntad?
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the
Espérate.
the drawer slides shut.
Porque también podemos hacer aquí
The
la de
file
toda la
cabinet
vida.
stands steady as ever, and you're trying hard, but the drawer slides shut.
Y entonces ahora cargar partida. Quick save.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
A ver la nota.
It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled.
Mira.
Everard Clare, probably. the head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, Everard's all items on the drawer slide.
Ok. A ver qué hay acá. Y aquí va a haber algo para la salud. ¡Ah! Una visión espacial. Teatralidad. Ya tengo algo en para los lentes. Sí, y estas me dan lógica. Lógica retórica. Teatralidad +1. Me lo puedo poner, ¿no? Abstracción. Ah, esta es mejor. No, de hecho sería esta. 1, teatralidad. Me puedo poner estas y se queda en 0 normal. Pero pierdo la de lógica. Bueno, vamos a dejarlo así por lo mientras. Un trasero en el cojín y marcas de café. Extraño zumbido.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change.
10
The
centavos.
machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Joder. Espérate. Vamos a hacer el chiste del
The
año.
already familiar cold touch of plastic. Your
No
fingers
hizo
run over
falta.
the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lemmy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
¿Dónde
Video
llamaba?
Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lemmy.
¿Qué significa para mí?
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
¿Me conoces?
No.
Ah, ¿por qué te he llamado?
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
Ni siquiera sé mi nombre.
If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomforting sound of the disconnect tone.
Ah, qué rico, ¿no? Subimos.
The tarpaulin cloak is still hanging on the railing. The white rectangle of the Revachol Citizens Militia is clearly visible on its back.
Nos la
As your
llevamos.
fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips.
¿Qué me da? Unos escalofríos no me da. No me da -1 en nada, ¿eh? Normalmente vienen. O sea, me da +1 en 2. De a gratis. Está recogiendo agua de lluvia. Podemos ir recogiendo basura. Porque necesitamos dinero. 3 paquetes de cigarrillos en colillas. Comodoro rojo y Potent Pilsner.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
Aquí es donde trabaja René.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
Coger la fotografía.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that picture of René?
Voy a preguntarle.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
¿Podemos bajar por aquí? No. Pero por aquí sí, ¿no? Espérate. Ahora en calma. Ah. Unos pinos blancos, parece un bosque nevado de wild pines. ¿Este botón qué?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached. Marche. On. Arrête. Off.
Marche.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Propósito.
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Si le damos a
The
red,
crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all.
lo que queremos, ¿no? Ok. Dinero. Ralsund. ¿Y aquí qué?
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Esto es importante.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
Deberíamos investigar.
You do? Because I don't.
¿Por qué?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Estaba suspendido.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to get the body down from the tree.
Llamar a la
No
puerta.
reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
Abrir.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Llevas 2 días en el mundo. Retórica. Convencer.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Porque lo físico nunca fue una opción.
Because what wasn't an option?
Más fuerza que maña.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
Ok. Vamos para acá. ¿Podemos bajar? No. Acá hay algo. Acá. Extrañamente tranquila, las máquinas duermen. No hay trabajo que organizar. Almizcle de aceite y óxido proviene del almizcle que tienes adelante. Huele a sangre. Me pongo la palanca. Por los jajas. +1 de instinto. ¿Y los que tengo qué? ¿Qué me dan? Ok. 1 con actividad. Dinerito para mí. Fuera café quemado. Dinerito para mí. Container, container, container. La cubierta se hunde bajo el peso de la lluvia y la nieve, olas de blanco sobre rojo.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Tan concentrado en su trabajo que no se percata. Hey.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
¿Pero qué os pasa con los esquiroles?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
Es oriundo de Ubi.
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Se cogían animales.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
¿Qué haces con los containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
¿Qué es todo eso?
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Ese verde tan anodino.
Sure is, mister. Sure is. Really livens up the place. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I had to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
¿Y dónde sacan el dinero para mantenerse? Ah, del... Sí, sí. ¿Dónde está metido todo el mundo?
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Clase de pelea de borrachos.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
Ay, qué rico café.
Him and his boy stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
¿Qué es lo que hicieron?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been...
Easy,
Ay,
easy.
perdón.
Let's keep this on the heart ease.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Mataron un
Too
mercenario.
late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who, no, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
¿Trabajas aquí?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those douce sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down besides the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
¿Quién es la tal
Oh, is
señorita?
he? She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
Es la morenita, la abogada.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Uy,
Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
la mediadora.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip too.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Pidiendo más cubiertas.
Oh yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
¿La borscht?
Oh yes, I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Por la huelga.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
¿Quién?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Investigaré.
Sure, mister. Sure. You do that, yes?
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Ve en el container.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Busco al jefe.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
No me escucho muy bien. ¿Por qué? Baja el volumen. Ese comentario tiene 1000 horas ahí. Pero bueno. ¿Dónde encontrarlo?
Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course.
En mi derecha, a los dos
Bye bye
containers.
now.
Máquina de café, ¿no? El café de los termos todavía conserva algo de temperatura. Una escalera hecha de palés. Que hace las veces de reloj.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Tú estás a cargo.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr.
No es la voz que me
Kitsuragi.
esperaba, ¿eh?
It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
Dubois, ese es mi apellido, Dubois.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Sentarte.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Permanecer serio. Intentar devolverle el guiño.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
Cheque sobre su escritorio, cómicamente enorme.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with the cafeteria manager.
Joder, ¿no?
Take it.
Me lo pintaron como un soberano hijo de la grandísima puta y...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
¿Conoces a Agarte? Deja el cheque, me las arreglaré.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Que no le dé las gracias. Es un éxito, ¿eh? O sea, hay que hacerle caso, a ver, sin decir nada.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
Mostrar integridad. Vamos a hacerle caso a mis pensamientos.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun.
Oh.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said Don't worry. He actually meant be very worried.
¿Cómo sabe que he perdido mi alma?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths.
La
It's in
compraron.
a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
La compró el que vende cosas usadas.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Aceptaste el cheque. La silla te está matando. Uf.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Who does this
¿Cómo
guy think you
pasamos?
are?
Increíble.
Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him.
Joder, ¿no? Pues exacto. Tenemos 4, sacamos un 10 de los dados, quedamos en 14 y tenemos un -2. Hasta tú eres más corrupto que él. Hasta que llega mi orgullo.
Fuck yeah. Remember when you tried the expression on that little minx in the silver jumpsuit? That was you.
Muestra la expresión.
The fat man seems to be enjoying your rigor mortis grin. He shoots one just like it right back at you. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
Vamos, sabemos que hace girar los engranajes.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters.
¿Quién pensaba lo de la silla?
Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a lawman. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, detective?
Parece estar bastante harto de la situación.
Somehow you managed to get yourself out of this one. Now quick, keep the momentum up. Ask questions. Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
He oído que el sindicato de trapiche de drogas.
Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
Mentir. Mentimos, ¿no?
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
No de preguntarme cómo he entrado.
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil.
Lo cual no significa que sea un racista.
Of course, Harry, of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now, and rest assured, no one's gonna hear about it.
Pero que no lo soy.
No one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Me ha llamado señor Dubois.
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
Mi nombre de verdad.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
Va a ser el título del siguiente directo. Soy un policía fantástico de ciencia ficción con amnesia. Increíble. ¿Qué probabilidades
I
había?
think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
A ver, mi memoria está bien.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my...
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Por encima de su
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
¿Cuál es mi nombre de envío?
It's Harry.
Mi nombre de
Harry
envío.
Dubois.
Me gusta, me servirá.
And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you?
¿Dónde vivo?
But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay.
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it.
¿Tengo mujer e hijos o?
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
No. Nunca me ha imputado la familia.
Family, Harry, is the most important thing in the world.
¿Qué clase de policía pone que soy?
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
Yo me disculpo tanto.
Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
He's probably just making a guess based on your recent activity in Martinez.
¿De dónde sacas esa carpeta?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
Muy alta. Fallo, ¿no? Ese 3% de fallar y toca.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Y vamos a fallar. Dados 2 y 1. 3, 9 y solo por los modificadores. Esto es una carpeta.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Ah, mi nombre es Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
Pues como quiera no me platicas nada. Yo creí que ya te habías ido a dormir, mujer. el cadáver.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Pues no sé qué estás haciendo, cómo estás, cómo te va, qué piensas.
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt, a steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
Son botas de trabajador.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down.
A ver, pregúntame.
And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you.
Del ahorcamiento.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help you, like I'm helping you with the body.
No creo,
I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
¿Cómo se va a parecer a los Sims? No, o sea, lo único que tiene de igual a los Sims es la vista isométrica. Literalmente. Y que hay gente. Un
But there's
pero.
a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Cuando me digas que sí y vayamos al registro civil.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
He abierto unas cuantas.
And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry. This really is very simple, and there's nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
¿Por qué no la abres tú?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
Eso hago.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
¿De quién es la puerta?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
¿Cómo que comadreja?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
Antes que nada, antes que te vayas a dormir, ¿qué vamos a hacer mañana con tu hermana? Seguro que ni siquiera sabes nada del ahorcamiento.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
Bueno, necesitamos información.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry.
Okay.
Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
El brebaje turbio.
I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation, I can't keep track of them all. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And he doesn't care either.
He conocido a Joyce.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Solo colegas.
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez here. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you get that nasty body down from the tree. I'm not a jealous guy.
¿Qué le sucedió al anterior negociador?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
Parte de su terreno de negociaciones previas. Dejar marchar un aliado así.
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
Lo llamaste nano.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
Eso me ofende, espérate. Lo más probable es que cuando se le quite ya se va a haber ido a dormir. El anterior cabecilla del sindicato desapareció bajo misteriosas circunstancias.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
No mencionó ninguna cacerola.
Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
¿Por qué no te reúnes con ella?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Otra cosa.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
¿Qué hay afuera?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
Estaba suspendido, el que estaba suspendido en la grúa.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Hablemos de mi arma perdida.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
¿Sería capaz?
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him,
La compraron ellos.
Yes, thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this. You focus on what's important, building our relationship for the good of Martinez.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
No me deja de chantajear.
Harry, I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
I assure you, we are working on locating the missing sidearm as well.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
Lo de la investigación, a ver.
Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now let's talk real business.
Actually, Revachol doesn't have a mayor. He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him.
¿Cómo estás, mi amor? ¿Cómo te va? ¿Acabas de llegar? Expulsiones 3. Increíble. Me marcho, pero puede que hablemos luego.
You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
Pero ya tenía una tarjeta yo del... Chica gigante, la foto. ¿Dónde está lo que me dio? ¿Hola? Esto también, interactuamos.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
¿Qué vamos a hacer mañana, mujer? Chao. No, respóndeme. Ah, respóndeme, güey. ¿Friesel? ¿Por qué?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the Communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Pues tú me dijiste que no te querías casar conmigo. Y yo me ofendí bastante.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
A ver la columna.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism.
No, que no, y no vamos a ir con tu hermana.
But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
¿Cómo que se canceló? Seguro cancelaste porque te dije, no creo levantarme.
Only 4 issues in, sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Creo que esta revista es comunista.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Sucesos internacionales.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip back to that.
Veamos de qué va eso.
It seems to be part of a new public fitness initiative in the People's Republic of Samara, SRV, devised and promoted by none other than President Kanajinsky himself. According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's affectionately known to his people, has recently decreed bear wrestling the national sport of the SRV.
¿Quién es el Tito?
Based on the description in this article, he appears to be an extremely competent and democratically elected president.
Venir cuando te dignes en despertar, eres bien exagerada. No solo extremadamente competente, sino que también democráticamente electo.
Sapormat Sport Kanajinsky is well into his third decade as president of the SRV. Outside Samara, he's known for three things: brutal repression of internal dissent, monumental corruption, and a near pathological obsession with physical fitness.
Ok, ¿y lo de los osos?
It's quite straightforward. A standard match features one man, or in some cases woman, against one bear. Two competitors, one ring, 5 rounds, or until incapacitation. According to the SRV's Ministry of Information, the program has been a tremendous success. Public support stands at 87%, and youth obesity and alcoholism rates are down 12% and 7% respectively. This is the SRV we're talking about. If you think those are the real numbers, there's probably a guy who wants to sell you a bridge in La Shirt. What are you, a statistician? Did the moral intern send you on a fact-finding mission? This is the SRV party line, comrade.
¿Crees que hay alguna probabilidad? Le pregunto.
The Samaran People's Republic? No, I should expect not. Why do you ask?
Pelear contra unos.
I suppose that would be something to see.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Significa Kunst und Kultur.
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture.
Continúa.
Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. In Revachol, it's held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel racing circuit.
Leer el perfil.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A. made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
A ver qué tiene que decir.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers.
¿Cómo te acabas de acordar y te volviste a enojar? Es increíble, la verdad.
Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tourney.
¿Qué tiene de malo?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes.
Siempre. Claro que no. Además ya te dije por qué. De primera estaba agresiva como civilización de los patrocinios. De los siniestros fatales.
So, all of it, basically.
¿Quién escribió esto?
Oddly enough, this article has two bylines. Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Ah, sí, ¿como cuáles? A ver, dímelo. Decímelo. ¿Por qué no?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms. More than that, they're likely anagrams.
¿Qué tienen de malo los patrocinios? Yo...
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tourney becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a frita.
Yo te dije, te pongo con la pupita. Ay, no. Ay, no. Yo no quiero salir. Dije, bueno, entonces pongo la capuchina sola. Ay, ¿por qué a mí no? Pero luego ves cómo se la pegan.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
Solo me gusta por la violencia.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Un ritual orgiástico de la destrucción capitalista.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, detective.
¿Qué más es en verdad una metáfora de la vida bajo el capitalismo?
I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
A ver, asuntos locales.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbour red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer G. Martin accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Ya no los matamos a todos. Llegar a un acuerdo razonable.
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Guardar la revista. Luego me dijiste que sí querías. Bueno. Mándame una foto tuya. La pongo para cuando alguien se suscriba. ¿Podemos hablar de algo más con este señor?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
Podríamos acortar el saludo.
Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself.
¿Qué hace Pupi? La verdad es que no sé. Está abajo, creo. No le puedo hablar de nada más. Ah, mira, dinero. Retórica. A ver, ¿qué hay aquí? Fiordo de la ballena. Tengo un nivel. Retórica, subimos de nivel.
You're back
Espera,
before the
espera.
cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Espérate. ¿Me puedo poner algo? Objetos. Esta tarjeta de turno. ¿Qué tiene diferencia con la otra? La que me dio el señor. Abstracción, conectividad, visión espacial, electroquímica. No tengo nada, ¿verdad? Más uno de intelecto. ¿Me puedo fumar un cigarro? ¿Me puedo fumar un cigarro? ¿O no? ¿Cómo lo usé la otra vez? Verás, algo así. ¿Puedo moverme con las...? O sea, no tengo que darle clic a todos lados, increíble. ¿Cómo era esto? ¿Me voy a morir? No.
You're back before the cargo container. Its
Bueno.
drawer has not lessened, and as it's always been, it's impossible.
Bueno. Qué triste. Intento. Hay más dinero. Ah, pero es en la azotea. No hay nada más por aquí. No puedo bajar. No puedo ir para acá. Aquí es... Pues vamos para afuera. A bajar el cuerpo. John Luke es el de acá, ¿no? ¿Quién es John Luke? ¿Ed?
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Dijo que nos ayudara a bajar el cuerpo.
So it was. My unpromising race pupil entered the harbor and used my superior to give me orders. I salute your cunning and will remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but. But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you.
¿Qué pasa si no queremos?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Okay.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
Haplogroup. Okay.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
Joder, no guardé. Espero que sea parte del juego. Pues todavía podemos usar esas cosas. O sea, regresa él ahorita. O sea, literalmente tengo que esperar aquí. Algo me dice que esto no tenía que pasar así. Bueno, igual tampoco hicimos mucho. Si se guardó justo después de que terminamos de hablar con el Ferbero. Yo creo que esto no era así. A ver, vamos a reiniciar. A ver. Y ya que estamos reiniciando, voy a ir por un rico cigarro. Recuerden, fumar está mal. Hay que hacer ejercicio y no fumar. También voy a ir por mi gata la capuchina. ¿Dónde dejo los encendedores, Dios mío? Pero Buenísimo. A ver cuántas veces más nos pasa ese bug. Ah, pues sí fue justo terminando, yo creo. Sí, porque ya revisamos todo. Y aquí supongo me va... No, pues no. A esto.
The front of this, because please to your after the magazine is divided, comrade, but only 4 issues in. So please, if you value
what do you
you flip back to the this set you all whoa. It seems according to this extremely based support mat. It's quite according. This is the SRV we're talking. What are you? A statistician?
The Samaran People's Republic? I suppose that would.
You flip back to the front. It takes a moment. Why as you leaf through the main feature, the tip-top tournée, this so-called art, you think you're instead, where to even so all of it, basically. Oddly enough, there's no way. Have you ever more than that? They're undercut. Thus, and that at the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750.
Ahora esta.
Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames that you crave. It's the stilted language and overconfident tone. That's the real giveaway here. You're almost certainly reading a recycled university essay, one that could probably use some edits.
Un par de cambios.
Armed with the lieutenant's trusty blue pen, you spend entirely too much time striking every meaningless word and unsubstantiated claim you come across. By the time you're finished, the original article is nearly illegible.
You know, most people would just write a letter to the editor. Or even better, just leave it be.
No es el escrito.
I can imagine. Something tells me there's not exactly a glut of young communists itching to write about tip-top for La Fumée. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less.
You flip back to the front. Unsurprising, you skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments. According to these, you flip back to the front.
Ok. Pues vamos de regreso. Espérate. Espera. F5.
Si on promising, so it was.
You're so.
There's a
But
This is.
listen to your babe. See that they stay here the whole time.
Creo que había que esperar, ¿eh? Qué rico, la verdad, ¿eh? La mejor parte del juego. Sin lugar a dudas. Ay, a ver. Es que no sé. No sé si está bugueado o, o si en cualquier momento de repente lo ves aquí, tum, 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 dar unos pasitos. Pero no creo que esté bugueado, porque normalmente cuando se buguea, al reiniciarlo ya... Pues, ¿qué hago? Me duermo un rato y ya está. Así por los jajas. De chill. Pero es que el tiempo tampoco se está pasando. Entonces no sé yo muy bien. O ahorita que llegue de repente que se pasó una hora. Joder, no. Mejor me hubiera ido a fumar el cigarro en este momento. Y ya cuando regresaba, pues ya, si no había regresado, diría, bueno, ok, te bugueó. Bueno, qué rico. Es que no sé, porque si es lo que yo pienso, simplemente podrían hacer que se fuera, regresara y que el reloj avanzara hora y media, por ejemplo. Y ya está, pero como es un juego, pasó instantáneamente. En vez de que te tengan aquí, literalmente esperando. Mm, 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 mm. A ver, vamos a googlearlo para salir de dudas. Es un bug, ¿eh? Creo. Ah, la mujer tiene que empezar un diálogo contigo. Increíble, la verdad. A ver. Increíble, es un bug. Ay, qué rico. A ver. Vamos a ver, administrador de tareas, ¿ya se cerró todo? No está abierto nada. Disco. A ver. Esto yo creo que deberían de arreglarlo. O sea, es un juego viejo, sí. Pero debería de arreglarlo los desarrolladores. Sacar un quick patch o algo así. Porque no es la primera vez que me pasa. En cada stream de disco, por lo menos una o dos veces, pasa esto.
The unpromising race pupil return. So it
You're so.
there's a but. While
This is the.
listen to your fine. Goodbye. There is nothing fun. I cannot
Según lo que vi,
babe. See that
eso
they
ayudaba.
stay here the whole time. The woman's
Ah, sí.
gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
Joder, ¿no? Continúa.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
¿Por qué estás con cranimétrico?
Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what?
Lo intentamos evitar que esto se vaya a la mierda.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
¿Qué acaba de pasar con la iluminación?
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Rompió el árbol entero, la rama.
Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Hasta a mí me gustaría verlo.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everett's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
Spoken by a mercenary pretending to be a worker.
Trabajaré con quien me dé la gana, no es asunto tuyo. Soy corrupto hasta la médula.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
Pero es en esta esquina donde se atora.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
No he dirigido ningún bando, hemos hecho lo que tenemos que hacer.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
Justo lo que le había dicho de vamos a trabajar contigo. O se lo dije yo, o se lo dijo mi compa. Pero ahora lo que podemos hacer, porque esto nada más me quita... El misterio es cuestión ética, pues no me da malas cosas, la verdad. -1 de empatía. Otorgan un real. Los fríos. 4 de experiencia. A distancia de motricidad. Y puedo subir de nivel algo aquí, pero no sé yo, la verdad. Teatralidad me gusta. Abstracción también. Pero lo vamos a guardar. Porque nunca viene mal. Con este sabe el idioma del chef. ¿Le podemos decir algo?
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
Una utopía obrera.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Dice que tiene cierta llave.
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
Una comadreja.
Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
Y no la algo de una comadreja y no precisamente de la autóctona polar.
Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. So you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whaling and rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a
¿Algo más?
philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
He means he's not going to tell you cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard.
¿Sabes algo de los chicos?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
¿A qué se debe?
We're negotiating our share. Aye.
Como de, a ver, no estés negociando los sueldos.
This stuff, they already covered.
Mucho más a lo que aspira la gente.
Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for every piece.
Como de grande.
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist.
¿Eres comunista?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
Que viven estupendamente bien con la República Mundial.
I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos. And they have good analysis. But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one, which may well be communism.
He knows who he is, firmly grounded, has no need to reinforce or elaborate his political identity to himself or others.
Hablas como un comunista que cree que no hace lo suficiente.
See, I am primarily a lazy person.
¿Qué puedes
I
contarme
think it's
sobre
best you
Ebrard?
make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
¿Qué implica?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
Ese que tiene se me antoja bastante lujoso.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
Pasas mucho tiempo meditando sobre la situación política.
Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
A lo mejor soy uno.
No.
Tal vez.
No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could, effortlessly, go even wider, if need be. An endless torrent of time.
¿Tienes alguna idea? Pero ya lo sabemos, ¿no?
Mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
La cinta de
What a
amarre.
thought. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
¿Cómo?
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
¿Qué quieres
He
decir?
was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
¿Lo mataste tú?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
Me voy. ¿Esto qué? Frito. ¿Aquí ya entré? No. Tulipanes, docenas de ambas y rosas.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Ah, introducir las
Your bottles
botellas.
clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now. You're 100% sure you got special hobo cop money for that tear. At least 100% extra tear money. If the numbers on the machine told you otherwise, it's a lie.
No creo. Una canción pop melancólica.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big fritta slogan on the back. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
¿Qué es eso?
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult.
-1, preguntaste qué era. Pero nada, me da resistencia. Estaría bien hasta eso, ¿eh?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
¿Eres de moral en esto? Yo creo salud. De moral estoy bien.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Puede ser un poco más específico.
No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Pero ya tengo. Cigarros. Aquí consigo los
A
cigarros.
colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
¿No es que es el mejor sitio para un adicto en rehabilitación?
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here. Just go away.
Botella de vodka. Pero ¿cuál es la diferencia? Uno de constitución menos uno moral. Uno de constitución menos uno moral. Lo mismo, es si todavía... Uno de constitución, uno moral. Directo salud. A ver más acerca de estos productos.
The Pale Age vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
Es el pálido.
You know.
Consumir este tipo de cosas.
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while damaging your health. Alcohol raises. Use medication, like Nosafed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances.
Puede tener consecuencias imprevistas.
Consuming substances can have unforeseen consequences for you.
Extraperlo.
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
¿Y speed?
Huh? Speed. Like, speed. No, Frit doesn't do that.
Of course not. Frit is an establishment that acts within the law. Is that all, detective?
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
¿Qué es esto de Frit?
I don't know. Frit?
¿Y qué es Frit?
A 7 to 11 grocery store.
16 horas al día. Porque está escrito con 3 T's.
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal fritta with 2 T's A men's workwear shop in Vredefort was already taken. So when Fritter Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
¿Qué estás leyendo?
You mean this?
Sí.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Unos mentecatos.
Yeah, they're kind of boring, but, you know. You mean this? This is Pop...
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode,
¿Qué es eso?
featured on page...
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
Yo.
No, I don't think so.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
A ver, lo de las preguntas.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Ah, por dinero en efectivo.
Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the union. The union works for you by supplying you with cash. That was easy, worryingly so.
Hay un almacén en la parte trasera.
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Ayúdame un poco.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
¿Qué sobre... ¿Qué puedes contarme sobre el fiambre?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
¿Conoces al hombre que han asesinado?
Not really.
¿Un poco?
No. I didn't know him at all.
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva ahí?
I don't know, really long.
¿Qué crees que pasó?
I don't know.
Qué útil eres, de verdad.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Gracias por tu ayuda.
Uh-huh.
Wow, qué útil fue esto. Lo mejor es que después de 3 semanas de estar aquí. 3 test, qué idiomático. Basura. Magnesio. A ver, esto todavía no le doy clic. Una revista de música. No contiene un top 10. Por favor, usa la puerta principal. Vamos a ver lo del cuerpo. Por aquí pasó algo. ¿Se escuchó? Tal vez no. Joder, rompió toda la rama, ¿no? ¿Y ahora qué hace Kun? Bueno, primero lo primero. A ver.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Sacarte una lágrima.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
Autopsia de campo.
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene processing manual.
The fuck are they on about? Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
No hay nadie más para rajarle las
It's not
tripas.
about cutting. And no, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work.
Rango honorífico.
An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able, usually after 5 to 8 years of field work. Mine is Lieutenant Detective.
Me siento todo un inspector.
You are, Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now,
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
¿Qué es esto exactamente?
come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Et puis descend, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Es estupendo, la verdad. ¿De qué sirve?
You must have me confused with the Copapedia.
Tengo que hablar con él.
You, sir, you are the Copapedia.
¿Tienes por ahí otro par de guantes?
Unfortunately, no.
Tal vez baste.
They are better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things while you will take notes.
Mostrar el formulario de autopsia.
That's right.
Yeah, we got this. We're smart.
Y abrí el portapapeles.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts.
Nada de lo que me dijo dice aquí.
Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
Ayudante.
That's you.
Anotar Harry Dubois.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says
Número
KK57 dash 0803 dot 0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815 on the scene. He's indexed the case after himself, not you. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Técnicamente llegué a realizar en turno antes que tú.
What would that make the alphanumeric?
HDB 41 0803. Help me out with the time of day, anyone? 10:15. It's understated.
Good. Let's go with that.
Gánate la plena confianza. Nombre.
We've heard the nom de guerre. Lely. It's better than nothing. Write it down.
Lely.
What's next? Date of birth?
A.
NA.
Edad.
Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
Voy a poner alrededor de 42.
He nods.
Raza.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mundi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Anotarlo.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sexo.
Fucky, fucky!
Ñaca ñaca.
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Escribir varón.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Fecha de muerte.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
HDB 41 0803.1015 listens motionless with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Pruebas de manipulación.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
¿Qué es la manipulación?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
Estoy de acuerdo. Aunque llevan un hinchamiento. Lo llevaron en brazos.
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dog walkers.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorian burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then...
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Esto o sea, me lo estoy diciendo ahorita, pero me lo pusieron desde acá arriba. Fue lo primero que apareció. Examen externo.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
Me gira el cuerpo hacia un lado.
See, it's happening.
Que se lo follen, dice.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
Anota.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
¿Cuándo las voy a conseguir?
Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege.
Omitir el detalle.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end.
Anota.
Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Tocar el cabello.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. Not that different from a living person after a swim.
Suavemente.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to your hand, like thread off a rag doll's head. There's brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Ir acariciándolo.
More hair sticks to your hand. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape.
Añadiendo el detalle de la brillantina.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Depredación, anotar.
Ligature mark.
Comienza a cortar el poliéster mientras manipula la cinta con la otra mano. Alrededor es insoportable. Al cabo de un rato queda patente que el material no se puede cortar.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
He venido preparado.
The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Menos mal que tenemos este cortapernos.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Buscar un buen punto por el cortar. No soy tu cero. A ver.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the yeast. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
A ver.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
Apretar.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
La rodilla más de cerca y pasa un dedo por el surco rojo oscuro hasta que se topa con un boquete.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No! It's gonna happen, see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Accionar.
The dead man's penis is average sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Anotarlo y seguir.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
Muchas más que las de un agente de la ley.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars.
Anotar.
Last item. Hands.
Luego pasar otra mano. Cogerle la mano.
The hand is surprisingly heavy to lift, filled with decay liquids. Feels as though it could explode if squeezed harder. You're suddenly repulsed, so much so you feel compelled to drop it.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
¿Grabamos alguno?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Examen interno.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Puedo añadir la moraleja.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
El cerebro es muy vulnerable a la escasez de suministro de
I
sangre.
think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
Pondré NA.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
Hazle un pajote.
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system.
Con la espalda encorvada, como si rezara, comienza a abrir las mandíbulas del muerto. Se detiene para ejercer más fuerza con ambas manos.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Mirar dentro de la boca.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his.
Más adentro.
It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. You're forced to swallow, just to keep looking. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Repite con impaciencia. Le suelta las mandíbulas, la boca se cierra ante ti.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
¿No tenemos nada?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Entre cansancio y asco.
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder and bile ducts.
¿Experto en eso?
Nothing in your alcohol-soaked memory directs to having forensic expertise on either one.
No creo.
Neither am I.
¿Y esta?
That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Ambas.
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
¿Encajarían en el formulario?
No.
¿Habrá algo que podamos hacer?
Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Y añadir examen toxicológico.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
A su alrededor, al suelo, al charco de heces.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Anotarlo y omitir el vola.
What's next on the list?
Descripción de las lesiones.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
¿Qué de las lesiones que nosotros le hemos infligido?
So we inflicted them?
Bueno, está bien. Yo.
Okay, so there's a spin-stabilized munition from a Kiel A990 muzzleloader lodged in his lung. I don't think we should mention that. Better not to muddy the waters.
¿No es un poco chapucero?
Be pedantic if you like, it doesn't matter. No one else is going to investigate this man's murder. And if they do, such details would only confuse them.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries.
Marcas de mordeduras.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Anotar.
And your opinion, officer?
No mortal, lesión post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusiones.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Anotar.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
No mortal.
Right. Next.
¿Para qué el cuarto campo?
Nothing. Just in case.
Volver la página.
The corpse lay slouched to the side, oblivious to its surroundings. The field autopsy form describes his state in 3 parts.
Dime algo.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Ah, aquí es cuando hablas.
Come back later, Corpo.
Alright.
Be thorough.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
De garras. ¿Qué de garras?
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
Hay tiempo, pero que hay que pensar. Lesión mortal.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
¿Cómo ha ido?
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
¿Qué más?
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
¿Y ahora?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
Luego todo ese papel rojo de su mano y luego el cadáver otra vez.
Tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Percepción 4, muy baja. Estableciste la causa probable. No perdemos nada.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough. The corpse seems to yawn contentedly.
Do you think we missed something?
Hay algo que no estamos viendo.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
No puede aguantarse un poco más.
If you want for this task to slowly become impossible, then yes. Otherwise, no. He's been hanging out far too long already. We need to ice him.
Ah, de Whirling in Rags, ¿no?
Hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building?
Sí que lo había.
Now, detective, I've rarely been disappointed by the size of a giant ice bear fridge. But I think we should still take a look at it first. Make sure it's big enough before we carry him over. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased will become harder to find.
Joder, ¿no? Tengo 3. ¿Puedo? ¿Qué? ¿Qué era? Percepción, ¿no? Todavía puedo interactuar con él.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Percepción. Puedo mejorarlo 2 niveles solamente por los jajas. O 3. Vamos a mejorarlo 2.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand.
¿Qué es esto?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent.
Adentrarte en sus fosas nasales.
They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in.
Meterle los dedos.
Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage.
The fuck is he doing?
The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider.
En la boca.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop.
Juguetear con los dedos.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, delicate to touch. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in.
Abre los ojos.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat, and there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened. An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Anillo de abrasión. Anillo de abrasión.
Abrasion collar.
Kuno is silent.
Tocarlo con el dedo.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Meter el dedo.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
El tronco encefálico.
Yes, that's what this part is called.
Palpar primero.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again. Never wake.
Coger más al
Your
fondo.
fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. This is what he used to regulate his emotions with.
Hay una cavidad justo en medio de los hemisferios.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
Más al
Your
fondo.
fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow.
Hurgar hacia adentro.
Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger.
Una bala.
Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin.
Noto un objeto sólido.
Can you get to it?
Inspeccionar el cráneo.
There's a tiny crack. A protrusion in the cranium. Right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. From the inside.
Qué raro.
The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Sacarlo. Punto exacto de la herida de salida.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
Susurrar.
My pig's fucking got it?
What? What is it?
Sacar los dedos.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove, sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful!
A bullet.
Soltarle la bolsa.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-calibre. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
¿Me la das?
Of course. You've earned it. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Como Los Ángeles, correcto.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Estoy de acuerdo.
And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Manipulación.
Treatment, officer, is an attempt to manipulate the body after death, to hide the real cause with a false cause. In this case, this injury here.
Manipularon el cadáver.
And the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Tiene sentido porque lo cargaron. Antes creíamos que lo habían dejado inconsciente y ahora sabemos que lo mataron y luego lo colgaron. No estaremos precipitando.
I've had this doubt since you showed me the tracks, officer. We could not account for why they carried him over. Why not march him? There was no satisfying explanation. There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to assign probable cause here, as we did, full-heartedly. Well, no more.
There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
¿Qué tal de eso?
To put him out of his misery? It's possible, but it does not explain all the other dubious things here. Lack of struggle, primarily. I may be intellectually sloppy, but I prefer one theory at a time. And this just smacks of treatment to me.
¿Quién pudo hacer esto?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
¿Por qué?
To hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here.
Creo que necesito lavarme, sí.
Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom.
Ah, por
Be
la
sure
noche.
to make use of it in the evening.
Creo que lavarla tengo más respuestas.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
¿Ahora qué?
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
¿Y yo qué hago mientras tanto?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Mañana mejor, ¿no? Y así te quito las botas. Bueno. Ahora, en la parte de atrás del invernadero, ah, por aquí. Entonces, vamos a ver. ¿Qué hay? Un perfume de muerte. Ah, sí. Congela el cuerpo. Abre la puerta del apartamento para qué. Es la puerta de un entresuelo. Ah, ya sé dónde es. Sí, sí, sí. René. Ok. René, según yo, está por aquí. Es los señores que están jugando, ¿no?
Officer!
Me he topado con su varita.
God damn it. Pull yourself together, René. What do you want? Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
Ya había visto algo la noche del asesinato.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Entonces, ¿por qué está de permiso?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
Está enfermo.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
¿Quién estaba trabajando?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mayormente decorativo.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Debería alquilar sus servicios, invertir las ganancias, conseguir algunos tipos más, expandirse y repetir. En trabajos asalariados. Ok, hijo, sin salida. La recogida de basura para reciclar es algo muy digno. Yo también lo hago. Necesitamos un programa.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
Había una foto en ella.
She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Gracias.
Yes.
¿Esto qué? Allá abajo hay algo. De un almacén de patatas en primavera. Ah. Vamos a ver lo de la puerta. Era por acá. Aquí.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
Llamar a la puerta.
You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in.
Poner el oído.
The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
¿Qué opinas sobre lo que vamos a hacer?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
No importa si abro esta
If
puerta.
the Merc Tribunal happens before we solve this, we are looking at casualties. What's one unlocked door compared to that? On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrard we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
Ya no parece que nadie nos siga y aún así se entera de todo lo que pasa en la ciudad, así que...
Yes, presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
Quiero ver qué
The
hay adentro,
door
la
is
verdad.
right here. You can just open it and be done with this. I don't know. You're a pretty good liar. Are you as good an infiltrator as you are a liar? You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. The sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Hopefully no one heard. There might be important information in the apartment. I mean, there might.
Sí, yo quiero ver, la verdad. Magnesio. Tendrán invitados. El mundo secreto de los bastones. El rojizo de la bandera.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
Que viene el sol.
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
Que es el milagro del sol séptuple.
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Es la vieja bandera de Suzerania.
The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
By old-fashioned, he means very right-wing.
No ser una reverencia.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing.
Más uno de lógica. ¿Cuál es el que traigo ahora? Camisa. Uno de teatralidad. Casi subo de nivel. Puedo subir. Están más o menos igual. ¿Puedo subir uno de teatralidad? No sé. Vamos a guardarlo por ahora. Siento admiración por los héroes de fantasía musculosos.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others.
El que vive aquí estuvo en la escena del crimen.
A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. There's something disdainful in the way the curves and lines of the bodies were drawn.
Yo me siento incómodo.
It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity, but underneath, he's just making fun of these people.
Único bastardo.
You ain't gonna change someone's mind by calling them a bastard. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down with a look of disdain.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
La taza del amarillo, sí.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to other clues down the road. Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
¿De verdad crees que es la misma persona?
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
You could ask Everard who this person is once you're done here.
Apartarse de las tazas. No hay nada más, ¿sí? Podemos sacar. Lógica. ¿No hay nada más por acá? No. Ok.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
¿A qué te refieres?
Nothing, nothing. You're right. Get in there. Deep. Invade every personal space. Break every lock.
Estoy echando un vistazo.
Yes, that's what it is. A quick peek here. A short glance there. It's all quite delectable.
¿Qué nos hace falta? A ver. Ah, podemos ir a ver eso, sí. La nevera. El worst.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
¿Qué me pide? Abstracción. A ver. Algo que me suba abstracción. +1. Y algo me quita. Reacción. Lógica. Uno interior. Punto. +1 impuestos indirectos.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Vamos a hacer el chiste. El
Just
buen
an
chiste.
ordinary wall. Because you see it. Finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows. The colors.
Que la satisfacción conceptual fluye por tus pupilas y florezca como pensamientos en tu
All
cerebro.
the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. O Wallfather.
Debo pintar esta pared.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
Téntate con su belleza.
Sure.
Tengo que hablar con Cindy.
If you must.
Bueno, me puedo volver a poner lo que traía. Que era este. Y este. Y no me quité nada más, ¿o sí?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
A ver, de la armadura.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Arte para el cuerpo.
Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military grade handwear. look cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time.
Y ahí hay una niña.
No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
Necesito algo de pintura.
What for?
Es por el arte.
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
Tú dame la
Sounds
brocha.
like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience.
Espero que estés contenta.
There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything.
Lo podemos volver a intentar. Nos ponemos cuál era esta y esta. Nos podemos poner hasta un punto en abstracción.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire...
Espérate, el buen chis.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo.
Necesito crear algo de
You're
arte.
a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try not to hurt yourself. Oh, but I'm all out of fuel oil.
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
No puedo usar pintura.
Are you kidding me? Fuel oil is so much cooler. No way you're disfiguring that beautiful wall with something as pedestrian as ordinary paint.
Por el bien del arte.
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but...
Pero a ver. Yo estoy seguro de que se puede, ¿eh? Porque además para tener más posibilidades podemos equiparnos. O sea, fumarnos un cigarro. ¡Ah! Lo tengo. Se acabaron. No, herramientas. No. Ay, Dios mío. Ahí está. Oh, es que es un píxel, es aquí, solamente.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Ya tengo las cosas puestas, ¿no? Sí.
Hello again, officers.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going to blow her fucking mind.
Total 22, vamos a ver, ¿eh? Lo acabo de ganar de una manera imposible. Voy a crear un esqueleto muy detallado de un antiguo pájaro.
She squints her eyes.
Y después le voy a prender fuego.
On fire.
Es el fénix.
I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that.
Joder. parece ofensivo.
Didn't we all? I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. I don't need this kind of competition in my neighborhood.
No me doy cuenta que eres tan mezquina e insegura.
Insult me all you want. You're still an art cop, sans art materials.
Oops, my apologies. I guess I was trying too hard.
Pero aquí no me dio ni la brocha ni nada. No lo puedo creer. No. No me digas eso. Acabo de hacer un quick save. Ah, pero tuve un autosave justo antes. El autosave vino a salvar el run.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter.
Vamos a hacer un quick save solamente para que no me confunda.
You don't have this. She squints.
I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that.
Creí que te
I
gustaría.
like your idea.
Era demasiado fuerte. Más grande que cualquiera de nosotros.
Then get your brush from fucking art.
Oops, my apologies. I guess I was trying too hard.
Joder, ni pedo. Nos vemos luego. ¿Qué hay que hacer? A la aldea. Ah, perfume, vaya. Ah, dile que ya el brush. Tengo que hacer esto. A ver, vamos a... Joder, se me acabo de olvidar. Esto, ajá. Lo del refri, y lo del boss. El refri y el boss están más o menos por la misma zona, entonces podemos ir a hacerlo de la... Bueno, no. Prefiero ir a hacerlo de acá, porque me va a abrir una nueva zona. Entonces lo que quiero hacer es dejarlo lo más posible libre. Pues necesito la lámpara, ¿no? Ah, esto también lo podemos intentar, a ver qué había.
This orange machine is dead still.
Ah, la palanca no es lo bastante
Ice
fuerte.
cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it.
Y de donde saco yo una palanca lo bastante fuerte.
The beer's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge, slowly melting. The power has been cut off.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it's more than big enough and cold enough. Honestly, it's perfect. All we have to do is plug the fridge back.
Ok. Por acá, es justo aquí al lado.
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box.
El
A
rojo.
giant electric mammal awakens. The dead body is going to be safe in the embrace of its cold innards.
Great. The owners of this building will just have to keep paying for the electricity sucked up by this monster.
Volvamos a la nevera. Dice.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the ice cream wrappers hidden inside its belly.
Of course. I'll take the head, you take the feet. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but we'll manage.
Al
The
lío.
body is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement, then 10 more minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your hand.
Joder, ¿qué le hiciste? No, está como todo contorsionado.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best body's work I've ever done.
You have created an ice bear sarcophagus.
No sé si creerte.
Of course you don't. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. This does not leave this room.
Somos artistas y esta es nuestra
If I
visión.
were an artist, this would certainly not be my vision. I would be much, much more conservative in my work.
He's right. His work would be much more formal.
At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
Dime algo.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
¿Te gusta la nevera?
I like it a lot, brother. This really is your finest hour. You're a genius. A regular Corpelangelo. Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Uy, cerrar la puerta. Entonces esto ya quedó. Vamos a ver lo del cocinero. Aquí quiero... O sea, es que tengo que guardar uno. Pero, a ver. Son de Jamrock. Comportamiento desconcertante. A estas alturas has dejado bien claro que te gusta hurgar en contenedores. Te encanta abrir puertas y ver si se esconden secretos tal vez. Seamos honestos. Te pirra todo lo que contenga algo. Papeleras, bandejas de utensilios, alcantarillas, bolsas de abrigos, receptáculos secretos con reliquias prohibidas abandonados por reyes filipinos. Aún no te has topado con uno de esos, pero todo se andará. Ahí viene tu obsesión por abrir contenedores. ¿Piensas que encontrarás el cetro sagrado y el orbe de montón? Tal vez no. No sé qué me voy a dar, la verdad. Me dice. No. Ah, y también estamos aquí con estos señores. Podemos hablar de... Ah, el cocinero.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Le dijo que eres amigo de mañana.
The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
Ah.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Mercurio en ascenso.
Boss need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Sí.
He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
¿Puedo llevarme sopa especial?
He smiles and nods enthusiastically, and, chattering away in his language, ladles some brew into a small thermal cup, then hands it to you.
Ajá, es lo mismo que un alcohol de Comodoro. Uno de constitución y uno de moral. Uno de psique y uno de salud.
It's you again. What is it?
Ah, espera.
A bullet, you say? That
That's mighty curious.
Indeed, mighty. How did it get there?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
No tiene nada de lógico, pero está bien.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Ahora me están amenazando de muerte. Wow.
Sire, it would be an event most dramatic if you were to produce the bullet and dangle it before their very eyes.
Mostrarle la bala.
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
Creo que fue para ocultar el disparo.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
All the goofing around is to avoid lying. It's a technique.
Le dispararon.
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Cállate, tonta.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there somewhere.
Autoridad -1. Creo que algo de lo que tengo me quita autoridad. ¿Me lo subo todo? A ver. Teatralidad, forma física, electroquímica. Pongo estas por un momento. ¿Cuánto es ahora?
Again. What is it?
Cero. Bueno, vamos a ponernos lo que ya tengo. Que era esta y esta. Objetos. Tengo la bolsa de la bala. Puedo interactuar con la bolsa de la bala.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found.
¿Qué hago contigo?
What?
¿Qué hago contigo, bala?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me.
Sí.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Palpar.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
Mirar más de cerca.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Mirar el
You
refuerzo.
can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
Y el núcleo.
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
De calibre cercano a los 5.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Entonces le quitaron su propia arma.
Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century.
Lo tengo.
Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique.
Fabricante.
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theatre of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
¿Se siguen fabricando?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
¿Quién usa sus rifles hoy en día?
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order.
What are you thinking? Bullet? Okay. And?
Un rifle Belmargrave.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
¿Por qué no?
Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-loaded rifles is a policy enforced by the Moralist International in all the nations of the Real Belt.
Es que vale la pena que te disparen.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation.
Aficionado a las antigüedades.
Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself. Okay, an antique. That makes... I have to hand... Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it.
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-loaded rifles is a policy enforced by the moral...
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had... But back to the investigation.
Guerrilleros extranjeros.
Let's find out. Next.
Bueno, no me dijiste nada interesante, la verdad. ¿Le puedo decir a él?
What is it?
Algo sobre el cuerpo.
Again.
Good one, Tiger.
About fucking time.
No. Bueno, se intentó. A ver. Abre la puerta ya. Esto está aún más belleza. Encontrar los guantes, el arma. Todas las piezas, los tatuajes, las botas. El número mañana. A las 9. El criptozoólogo es después. Es a donde vamos. Oh. Ok. Entonces vamos a la exclusa. No, no me acuerdo, estaba por acá. Pero por el camino, sí. Esto.
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to be, and a mechanical lever sitting in the middle.
Pierde la palanca.
You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving.
Joder, va acelerando a 50.000 por hora, ¿eh?
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with
Eso es justo lo que vamos a hacer aquí. El relé de radio retumba. Tumba que tumba, aquí que hay. Más allá de la verja, magnesio. Alguien grabó una estrella invertida. Son judíos. Ah, no, es la estrella de David. Son satánicos. Dinero. ¿Habrá algo dentro? Dinero. Dinero es lo que había dentro. ¿De este lado qué hay? Y el alambre de espino. Los fuegos. Mucho que no, aquí no ha estado nadie. Le odio a los fantasmas que son. Colección de música. Males Search. Church in Saint-Sean. Puedo ponerla, ¿no?
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
No es lo que me está contando, pero está bien, apretar el oído.
It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad.
Puedo hacer el
Within
karaoke.
seconds you know this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. This one tells it like it is. This is your tune. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
Podría llorar y volver a arrasar la habitación. Podría cantar esto.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
¿Cuál?
God, You have to convince Garp to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
¿Puedo ir por aquí? No. Ir para abajo, entonces. Un eje roto que rechina. Es mi carro. Lata de combustible. Una botella vacía congelada en el hielo.
A banged up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
Es donde se conducían las huellas de la plaza.
It appears to be so.
Investiguemos.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
Pasar la mano.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it.
La marca.
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
¿Cuánto tiempo llevo aquí?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Cuando llegue.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening.
¿El viaje de Jacob Irp? ¿Quién es ese güey?
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Locura imprudente.
Yes. Crazy recklessness. I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
¿Qué
Let's wait
hacemos?
for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket.
¿Cuánto tiempo tardará la
I
marea?
don't know. An hour or two tops?
A ver, ¿de noche? De noche, ¿qué no sería por la mañana? De noche sube la marea. Sentarte en el columpio y esperar a que baje la marea.
As you sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Se ve muy azul.
Yes, it does.
¿Cuál es tu cosa azul favorita?
Let me think about it.
Silbar una canción.
The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and a sunken car. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Tu padre también era señalar tus ojos.
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half Serlite.
No sé quiénes eran mi madre o mi padre.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city.
Solo
30
digo que el
minutes pass.
color de la gente, del piel de la gente varía tan drásticamente. O la compañía logística.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
¿Y si te apuntaran con un arma?
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
¿Se ve la marca ahora?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Capri, Model 40.
Joder.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people, you know, those kinds of people.
Un número.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
Posición en las carreras callejeras clandestinas. Oh, Dios, no.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41.
Sí.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
Solo es una
The
coincidencia.
lieutenant just shakes his head.
Veía mi carroja en el mar.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
A lo mejor iba persiguiendo a alguien. No.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
¿Cómo lo sacamos?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
Así que vas a quedarse ahí, sí.
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
Aún puedo arreglarlo.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
Ni siquiera podía pagar la cuenta del
Let's
hospital.
face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
No me dejar volver, ¿verdad?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
La placa, el arma y ahora esto.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
Iba todo tan bien, dice.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Al menos ahora puedo examinarlo.
Yes, let's go take a look.
El gamberro de la carretera. Chaqueta de comandante. Placa. ¿Cuál tengo aquí? Capa de patrulla. Spirit de Corps. Escalofríos. En espacial. Yo creo. Objetos. Interactuar. Cubierta de una gruesa capa de acrílico azul en la que se lee el nombre y rango de la gente en cuestión. Junto al texto puedes ver la imagen de un hombre que te mira fijamente y una versión más joven de ti mismo. Ya descompuesto por dentro, pero presentable por fuera.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Encontrado mi placa.
At least something good came out of all this.
Examinar.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Mirar la foto.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
¿Cuánto tiempo tiene?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
¿Y por qué está guiñando el ojo?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
El nombre.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
¿Qué clase de nombre es Harry?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
A name like armor.
Pues que sea así sea.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
El rango.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
¿Y eso qué es?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
¿Y Jeffreytor segundo?
The title of Jeffreytor is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Jeffreytor. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Es un décomptage.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
Excepciones.
Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
Agente satélite.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
¿Has estado contando todas mis chorradas solo porque soy tu superior?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
Creí que mi rango era beodo.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Me temo que los exalcohólicos no existen.
People have been through worse and gotten back on their feet, Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Ir examinando el documento.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
¿Serie?
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
Fecha de emisión.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Ah, por eso la foto.
A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes.
Comisaría 41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is.
Se detiene.
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiayeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. He knew all those people, although they're not from his station. They must be big.
Grandotes.
The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Guardar la placa. Se alejan del accidente. Voy a ir a miar, la verdad. Ahorita regreso. Se me cuida. Ay. Botes, punto de habilidad. Ya tengo suficientes, ¿no? Sí. Desbloqueamos uno. Y vamos a ver. Nos guardamos el otro. Esa no es la tecla que quería apretar. Estamos más cerca de aquí. Ah, es una cabañita. Aquí queda. Una silla nada más. No quiero hablar con él. Quiero esto. Basta para hacer que crujan los tablones. Un moño. 2 de teatralidad. Eso me gusta. Postal. Son los coleccionables de este juego, las postales. Ah, pero aquí hay que... Ah, sí puedo. Estantes polvorientos y una silla olvidada. Por acá está la aldea, a la que hay que ir, supongo. Ale Bucé. Alquitranado la parte inferior del barco. Una niña.
Hi, officer.
Con un impermeable contempla un bote volcado desde el embarcadero. Una espada envainada cuelga de su cintura.
Anything I can help you with?
¿Dónde estamos?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Illisible. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Ok. ¿Cómo te llamas?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
Estoy buscando a alguien.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Unos criptozoólogos.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
Según los científicos más tradicionales.
Aha! Like snowmen.
No sé nada de ellos.
2 odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
¿Y demás?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
¿A dónde han ido?
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
¿Cómo que nadie más? Estoy buscando a la niña.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
¿Otra persona? No.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
¿A qué te dedicas?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
¿Qué más?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insular Indian cuisine.
¿Da para vivir?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
¿Qué has encontrado?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Cadáveres.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch.
¿Tiene alguna historia el sable?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
¿Sabes usarla?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
Impone, desde luego.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
¿Qué necesitas mantener a raya?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
¿Me prestas la espada?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check? You would put me in an early grave.
¿Por qué no se arman más mujeres?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Señalar la expresión en tu cara. ¿Te gusta?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
¿Dónde están ahora esos hombres?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
¿Por qué?
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
¿Dónde está?
Gone.
Uy. Parece un caso de persona desaparecida.
It absolutely does not. We are not going to look for him.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
Dejar que continúe.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
La rueda del tiempo debe seguir girando.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
Cuando un par de ellos juegan con lo que parecen ser rocas.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Cuando Kim se vaya podemos explorar la costa. Esquife es tuyo.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Días soleados.
Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. 'Twould have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt on the yellow belly of the boat.
¿Cuándo crees que estará listo?
In time, when the sea turns and the winds settle, she will be ready.
My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
Con otro borracho desesperadamente nos vemos. ¿Qué hace eso entre los peces? ¿Qué? Percepción. Botas de caballería. Percepción viene bastante bien, la verdad, ¿eh? Crujen a tu paso. Que nada entre las algas y aquí que flota libremente. No consigues que hay. No consigues ver qué hay dentro. Está cerrado a cal y canto. Lo bueno es que yo tengo una de estas. Ah, la traigo puesta. Ah, no, ok. Jack la sana tiene maní. Ok. Tiene los ojos cerrados.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the apricot sujunti.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here?
¿Cómo supo que estaba aquí?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
Inclinarse.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Somos camorristas. Clic, clic, bam, bam.
No, you're not. I've seen you around here before. 12 years ago. You didn't raise any hell. You were quite helpful, actually. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
He estado aquí antes.
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another, locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
¿De qué clase de mal presagio estamos hablando?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black Hound.
¿Por qué nadie me lo ha dicho?
Maybe they are afraid.
¿Por qué?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
¿Dónde podría alojarse alguien por aquí?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
¿Cuánto cuesta?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
¿Me la da sin más?
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
No creo que sea apropiado.
Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth.
¿Por qué no la está usando nadie?
My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm.
¿Puedo quedarme en la habitación de gratis?
Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here.
When Varson communist revolutionary Ignas Nielsen was in hiding, he stayed in a hut on the Boreal Plateau for 10 months.
Me ayudaría a mantenerme en contacto con el proletariado.
You best not be plotting another revolution under my roof. We barely got through the last one. But the room, do you want it?
Tienes un inquilino.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
¿Qué hay en la aldea?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We... almost don't exist.
¿Qué quiere decir?
This is pretty much a non place. A gap, a blank spot on the map, just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Lugares pornográficamente pobres.
The lack of wealth is the one thing we've got in abundance.
It's a cold, cynical smile.
Riddles fits with the general ambiance here.
I, sometimes, it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing.
Yo también estoy perdido.
Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days.
Quizá debería seguir perdido, en un proceso de autodescubrimiento personal.
Isn't that what people always think when they are lost? Something I can do for you to find your way, officer?
Tiene que haber algo aquí.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
¿Qué es eso?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see.
¿Y qué le pasó?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
¿Quién más vive en la aldea?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Yo conocí a Lilian.
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
No he visto ningún borracho.
Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
¿Cómo consigo dinero?
Here, for you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
Hay otro tema que me gustaría tratar.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
¿Qué hay más allá de la costa?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the Dolorian Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
¿Por qué está abandonado?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
¿Qué más?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
¿Apartamentos o planta?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
¿Algo más?
Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
¿En qué rey venía aquí para comprar pescado?
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
Eso es todo.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, You can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Dime si qué hace.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Teniente y Alfredito.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
Me marcho. Azul. Cubierta de óxido y muy desgastada. Vamos a ver qué hay de este lado primero, para que no se vea el interior. Uno al reino de la conciencia. Lo tengo, ¿no? Esto me da. Inteligente. Reino de la conciencia. Me sirve.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
Me gustan las cosas normales.
I know you do. These inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be. Makes sense? This is what wearing boring office trousers does to you.
Un poco más moralista. Tulipanes secos. ¿Acá qué? Una hoguera improvisada. Con revistas.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Ah, para que pase el tiempo. Ah, con las bancas también de la ciudad y así. Como para atravesarlos. Ah, me va a hacer dar toda la vuelta. Bueno, ya que estamos dando la vuelta, vamos a ver aquí. Antes de construir esta casa se fue a toda prisa. ¿Sí? Bastante bien. Hace legible la placa. Los niños.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Pues, soy clavaditos. Los gemelos.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Eso es lo que he dicho.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating.
Clavaditos.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Eso he dicho.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
Son tontísimos.
You're right there. Let's see if we can find some police work, shall we? We're not getting anything here.
Niños son tontos. Como si estuviera de acuerdo. El policía os pregunta ahora otra cosa. Adiós. A ver aquí qué hay. Resultan hospitalarios. Tal vez en primavera. Ok. Vamos a ver a los borrachos. Pero antes le vamos a robar en la cara.
Hey, tequila.
Con un chándal de 2 piezas, baja su pilsner y extiende la mano para saludar.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
A estrecharle la mano.
So what's happening?
Espera, tequila.
Yeah, tequila sunset. How are the high concept reality based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name, like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang.
Me estoy empezando a acostumbrar. He vuelto a entrar en la realidad para conquistarla, para doblegar a mi voluntad. Yo soy la ley. Una racha perdedora que ya dura 50 años.
That's harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Wait, no. Make it 5. Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
Por fin, ¿qué haces aquí?
We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't go! Don't go!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now it's a pirate's life for me.
¿Qué es eso de tequila sunset?
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
¿Cómo sabes?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No.
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Bueno.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Nos conocimos el viernes.
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
No es la primera vez que esto surge.
Hey, man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves and been drunks. Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza. followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturalmente.
Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach, you revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things."
Tequila Sunset descoserá el tejido de la realidad.
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
Wow.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit. Like some... When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
¿Es un evento o un nombre?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is long gone.
Mi verdadero nombre es Harry.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
¿Cuánto duró la fiesta?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
Al contrario.
If you only knew.
Te conté algo más específico.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail! It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Mencioné haber perdido algo más.
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
De mis amigos.
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style. No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Algo acerca del caso.
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Y política.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Supongo. ¿Qué policía pensaste que era?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop and for the damage you inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
No necesito escuchar nada más.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
¿Te gustaría contarme otra historia más en otra ocasión?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right, why not? Better than a beach bum.
¿Te apetece contarme cómo te convertiste en espiral de infortunios?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
Bueno.
You might get scammed here.
Tengo la sensación de que esto va a salir caro.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package.
¿Qué necesitas?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Tengo esta bebida especial.
Interesting. Ah, this is what they use to keep the working man going.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail! Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder slash junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
¿Cuánta gente trabajaba para ti?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
¿Correr te ayudó?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
¿Qué pasó?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
Oof.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
¿Cómo de mojado?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ay.
Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
No me jodas.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Y luego.
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best. Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Me parece que faltan un par de pasos.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
No me la creo.
Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansorique Lycra tracksuit. You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
¿Por qué sigues perdiendo todas tus cosas?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
A lost jacket? Sounds like a mystery you could look into.
¿Cómo se llama tu agencia?
My agency. Man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
Sounds intriguing. What say you, Art Cop? If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
Masturbación cínica.
Well, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising.
No hace falta que yo regule estas cosas.
That's what's so cool about advertising. It's kind of like art, except you can also get fucking rich doing it.
¿Qué pasa con la chaqueta?
What? You've never seen 100% Lycra before? Go on, feel that primo material. pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched it.
Ah, fracaso. Por eso.
Randomized trials have also found lycra, TM, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers, so you also have that to look forward to. And then there's the smell, but you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
¿Qué pasa con nosotros?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
Don't call Abigail.
And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
Has perdido una chaqueta.
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
Claro.
If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the boardwalk, or walking along the beach, or checking out the abandoned fish market.
Bastante.
Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it.
Algo más.
I'm all ears, Tequila.
¿Alguna otra la historia de tu nombre?
What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here.
Ah, yeah.
I was once a reasonably high net... So you don't... I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Comodoro rojo.
Classy. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Coran. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Ah, del que tengo la figura.
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal. Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
Un caballo.
Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest here. A man...
The pause is long and dramatic.
With no head on his shoulders. Wearing a fawn tracksuit, searching for the legendary fawn cap that went missing when he lost his head.
Un toro.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Mueca burlona.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless fawn rider riding on the back of another headless man.
Me parece muy probable.
If I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. But life is a cruel mistress. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless fawn rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I've read the case file. But please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season. The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box. When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless Faun rider looming on the horizon. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
Es que archivo.
Naturally, Ula de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless Faun rider and that she ran, fearing for her life. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story. No, she committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling.
Uy,
Not a pretty scene.
me imagino.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well, here's to another case closed. Anyway, that's the story of the headless Faun rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
¿Quién era antes de morir?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost found cap, plotting revenge. Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline.
Okay.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
Su teoría.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
En este caso, un jinete sin cabeza vestido con un chándal encaja a la perfección.
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
Mi historia es una idea de olla más grande.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
No se me ocurre nada.
Damn right it doesn't. So why don't you just shut up and leave it to the master?
¿Qué pasó con el jinete?
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight. Ooh.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Aye, I saw saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
Nos vemos.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
La calavera de cocaína. Encuentras mejor botín en los contenedores cerrados. Eso está bastante bien, la verdad, ¿eh? Aquí no hay nada más. Vamos a ver qué hay abajo. Porque tampoco tengo más alcohol para darle el sello. Mira, podemos ir aquí arriba, creo.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence.
Aquí olía el humo.
Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
¿Quiénes son las personas que viven al otro lado?
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware.
¿Qué hay de la parada?
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
¿Y la carretera?
Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn.
Un perro.
Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
No podemos ir. Espérate. Te sobrevuela, la oyes cantar. ¿Cómo subimos ahí? Espérate. Corre del oeste. La fuente viene corriente arriba. Una tubería rota. Adorna estos juncales. Masut. ¿Qué hay por acá? La iglesia. Como si lo hubieran colgado con demasiada fuerza. Para destrozar la cúpula de plástico.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
¿A quién vamos a llamar?
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre?
Soy yo.
So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died.
Todo seguro solitario incluso cuando hay gente.
Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice, it's different. There. Chrysanthemum.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach.
Está rico, ¿no? Marcar gente. Me dices. Tonto y cuelgas. Y ya está. Esta es la...
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Tocar.
The cloth, if you can still call it that, makes a soft crunching sound as you
Uy.
thrust your finger into it.
Pues es una mala señal, ¿eh?
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
Quería que encontrase.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
La agarramos. Llevo una década sin utilizarse. 2 enciclopedias. ¿Estas que tengo? Uno a lógica. Pero me quitan uno de percepción. Ah, bueno, igual lo tengo un poco alto, la verdad. El agua gotea por ella. Me han intentado que el paseo marítimo sea habitable. Espérate. La nieve o el viento. Abierto y vacío. Uy. Parecen sueltos y están podridos.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
La parte de la nariz.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
¿Qué es?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be.
Algo no va bien.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Hay los envases.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
El paquete.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
El envoltorio.
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
¿Usted qué, señor?
is on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Se murió.
Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet.
Se rompió el cuello de la caída. Como que iba caminando, se rompió el tablón, se cae, se desnuca.
The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
La ropa.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
El cadáver.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years.
Los alrededores.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Be very, very careful where you step here.
La cabeza.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, nada más que la brecha en la nuca.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Pisar sobre los tablones.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
La botella.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
El envoltorio.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Mirar.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
Da un paso
The
atrás.
entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
¿Quién es este hombre?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
Otro viejo borracho.
And he was married. But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
¿Qué pasó aquí?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
¿Alguna relación? No creo.
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
La botella.
Oh, yes.
Fallo hepático.
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
¿Y el kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the Pox.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Reclamar responsabilidades.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Yeah.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
¿Y qué hacemos con
From
él?
where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Vamos a hacerle la
A
autopsia.
field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
¿No sería un poco chapucero?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
Deberíamos encargarnos.
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Ok. ¿Puedo interactuar con esto?
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
¿Cómo se ha puesto tan asquerosa esta chaqueta?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
Sí.
Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously.
Pensar en la
It
chaqueta.
occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Pero de que está hecha la costra.
Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk, if not by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night. The faint impressions of many footprints are also present, though it's impossible to tell what kind or how many. Suffice to say, the jacket spent some time on the ground before someone draped it over the railing.
¿Qué pasó después?
The crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking in the sun. Who knows what happened to it then?
¿Qué voy a hacer con...? Voy a hacer como que nada está pasado.
It's too late. You've already thought about it, and now your hands are covered in muck.
¿Y si me limpio las manos en los pantalones?
No, then it'll just be on your pants. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out. The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member.
Mirar por dentro.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinting Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Por detrás.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 00502552211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock.
Podemos
Business
marcar.
hours 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Good idea. There was plenty of information here to go by.
Ok. Ya años de servicio. Y agárrate algo que el viento sopla muy fuerte. Ya, sí. Va siendo hora de que vayamos. Porque podemos venir aquí mañana, por ejemplo. Pero tenemos que ir a ver al señor. Tenemos viaje rápido. Al de las 9. Ah, puedo viajar rápidamente. O sea, para el próximo sábado hay que terminar de explorar bien allá. ¿Tenemos algo más? Un perfume de muerte aporta más la belleza al muro. Los guantes, el arma, la chaqueta, el cadáver. Creo que no. Fue raro, ¿no?
Whoa, what have we here?
Un puente.
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Que venga la muerte. Ah, es por aquí. De continuación lumínica. El tráfico distante, la noche se cierne sobre la ciudad.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Es tuya la llave bajo la piedra.
It was mine. My friends use it from time to time to visit me. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Me limito a no cagarla.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Me encantan las vistas.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
¿Por qué quería yo conocer a tu amigo?
Trust me, you do.
Bueno, vamos.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
¿A dónde?
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Es importante.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
¿Cómo es que siempre está afuera?
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery.
Tiene algo peculiar.
Different, of course.
¿Por qué lleva la camisa desabrochada?
His shirt.
Camisa.
His shirt.
He's trying to dive deep into the mysteries of his shirt.
His shirt? No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Se pone interesante, ¿eh? Pero voy a ir por un cigarro. Eso sí. Eso que ni qué. A ver, su amigo, ¿qué me va a contar su compa? Antes que nada, ¿qué me puedo robar de aquí? Negocios. Ropa. Teatralidad electroquímica. De este mismo apartamento. Perfume caro. Cubos de pintura. Gorro cónico. Uno de lógica. Eso sí me conviene, creo. ¿Este qué me da? Reacción retórica. Uno de lógica. ¿Esto qué me cambia? Ah, de nada. Pretty Corps, visión espacial. Teatralidad electroquímica. Teatralidad me gusta. Sé el dragón. Corona extraña. Pata de baño. Unidos en el negro. Ojo agudo. Yo qué sé. ¿Qué me conviene más? ¿Teatralidad o qué? Visión espacial. Visión espacial, ¿eh? Bueno, no sé. Le puedo meter niveles y ya está. Mira, le puedo meter uno. Me gusta cómo se ve. Un cenicero vacío. Mundana incluso. Platos. Panfletos. Un folleto de fichas de las conferencias públicas.
You have acquired the hat. Keep it, officer. It looks good on you.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur la Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Por este maravilloso dosel he de preguntar.
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
Diversidad que presenciaste el
I'm sorry to
linchamiento.
say I did, officer.
Esta es la oportunidad.
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Fuiste desde el principio.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Well done, detective.
¿Quiénes llegaron?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez.
A ver, esperen, voy a cerrar la puerta.
Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
¿Cuántos eran?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Como si pesase 200 kilos.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
Y luego,
I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
hombres, mujeres.
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
Al menos uno no era mujer.
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. It was very dark, you must remember.
Etnias.
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
Y luego,
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
lincharon a alguien.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
¿Que no llamaste?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
No presenciaste el momento exacto.
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It seems this wasn't the break you were hoping for. I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking to us, Mr. Villedroit.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM.
Que es un funcionario como tú.
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Lo que haces aquí.
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
Eres un burócrata.
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Intern.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Intern is joking or not.
¿Qué es esta comunidad?
La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the Coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
¿Y qué es lo de la estabilización de precios?
It is the most important thing.
No me
It's
dice
the
nada.
central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Tiene sentido.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
¿Y por qué 2%?
But not too far below, no.
Ah,
Too below
2%
is
de
also
qué?
bad. Below, but close to 2%.
No has respondido a la
The
pregunta.
coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
¿Por qué no?
A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency.
¿Qué es el Moral Intern? Cuéntame más.
It's the international organization for moralists. Hence, Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Somos las putitas del moral interno.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
Eres moralista.
But of course.
¿Por qué?
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
¿Y el detective es moralista?
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment. He quickly recomposes himself.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Revachol.
A very moralist answer.
No parece ni muy normal ni estable.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
¿Y el resto de Revachol?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Un hombre de acción. Revacholiano. Bajo el yugo del capitán. ¿Es moralismo?
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
Como si viviera rodeado de lunáticos.
Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Sur de la Clé.
What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS.
La EPIS.
Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Darlings? That can't be an official designation.
¿Qué convierte a Revachol en la querida?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Whatever you wish, officer.
¿Y de tu amigo qué me puedes contar?
My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
Kedra.
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
¿Cómo?
That it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
¿Qué es el EPIS?
EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
Okay.
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of rationality and commerce.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level.
¿Pero qué significa?
Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole.
No, las siglas.
It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level.
No me está escuchando, ¿verdad?
A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident.
¿Cómo este lugar?
You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy.
Y formará parte de Revachol.
It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure.
Except that candidate members never become full members, do they?
No. Candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation. But we were talking about my friend here, not politics.
¿Cómo se hicieron amigos?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
Estás escribiendo cómo la coalición ocupó relación.
One of the wonders of democracy is that everyone is allowed to have his own opinion. And not just allowed, encouraged even. Have you ever tried debate?
There's a joke here, and you know what it is.
Seguro que llaman a un maestro del debate.
Oh, how wonderful. I've heard it's oodles of fun. Not that I have time to take up new hobbies myself.
The lieutenant lets out a long, nasal sigh.
No me has dicho quién es.
Sorry, who?
Tu amigo.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
¿Cuál es su nombre?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
Nada más está aquí para estudiar arte.
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
As though you weren't envious enough of the boy as is.
¿Qué arte?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
¿Y qué haces tú solo?
I'm just enjoying the view.
No se ve un pijo.
Listen.
A baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
El bebé de alguien está llorando.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
¿Qué le pasa?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
Estamos hablando de tu
My
amigo.
friend comes and goes. I'm sure you've seen him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
Culo de mal asiento. Otra cosa.
I'm all ears, officer. A moment,
Todo.
officer.
No. Esto está pregrabado.
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Buenos días, por cierto. No vamos a poder hablar otra vez, ¿por qué no?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Buenos días, mi amor. Que todo te vaya muy bien en el bañito. En plena noche. Pues mi trabajo aquí ha
Of course.
terminado.
I'm sorry I couldn't be the break you were looking for. Good luck with the investigation.
Yo ya me robé todo. Igual ya casi acabo, ya se va a acabar el día. La cajita. Good morning, ¿cómo te va? Hace frío, la taza está fría. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Cuánto me cobra? Me cobra como 20, ¿no?
Can I help you?
Este señor es nuevo, no lo había visto. Tengo que cantar en el
No,
karaoke.
you don't. It's not happening.
Un poco, la verdad. Pero también tenía planeado pues ya quedarme despierto y por ti temprano, yo que sé, como a las 12, 1, y ya regresarnos sin mimir.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man. You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if you can't use it.
Adiós, que descanses. Besitos en tu yoyopito. Porque tienes un sistema de sonidos y no digo usarlo.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
¿Qué pasó en el 44?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
No es de adorno.
Okay, yes, it's for some clients.
He pagado mis facturas y tengo derecho a utilizar el karaoke.
Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
Tu gatita tiene el horario hecho una mierda como yo. Ahorita mismo está, creo que dando vueltas por la casa.
He's lying, but whatever. You don't really need his lame tracks.
Yo encima de mi propia canción.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself.
Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
El karaoke.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Voy a cantar.
I can see that.
Para probarlo.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? Hands. Where do you put your hands?
Demasiado cerca del micro, contemplar la sala.
The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still you feel your knees turn to noodles. Okay, now a couple is looking at you. Even worse. Just make sure you move, okay? Don't be stiff.
Vamos a guardar.
The stage is... You feel a...
So, are you ready for your thing?
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
A ver.
I would often go there.
¿Qué es eso?
To the tiny church there. The smallest church in San. Though it once was larger. How the real may rest there. Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. and stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters.
Ese soy yo en mi momento más esquizofrénico, ¿eh?
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Gracias, Ferbero, por el pequeño primitivo. Quiero dedicar esta canción a quien sea que me escribió esta puta carta.
There is silence now in the deep where the voice came from. It has receded, to return only in dreams and nightmares. This guy really carried you.
Te he llevado en volandas las cosas como son. Todo es una mierda. A mi compañero.
The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile before turning away. He's incapable of blushing, but if he weren't, he'd blush.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Trabajadores del mundo unidos. ¿Puedo hablar con esta gente? No. Tengo que pagar el cuarto, aunque ya tengo el de la señora, pero para bañarme. Y además tengo que ir a robar las botas. Se ve por la mañana. Claro que sí.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the express. This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
Memento mori, todo eso, darte un
The
baño.
bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies.
Sacar.
Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub, but it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub.
Quedarte un rato.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools.
Imagina.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Ahora... Bueno, ya lo pagué, puedo dormir aquí. Había algo más que hacer, ¿no? La biblioteca, la comisaría. Las manos, los guantes. Ah, las botas. Pero para eso necesito que aquí no esté. O sea, es ahora.
bear's eyes are still. The body is reluctant to let go of the boots, as though it were its last bit of dignity. Whatever you're planning to do, you need to do it before you catch pneumonia in the cold draft coming from deep inside the fridge.
De la bota derecha.
It's not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid polymer sock beneath the boot. It feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot, but you're able to get the boot to move a centimeter or two. Just relax. This is easy. This is happening.
Una posición más
He's
cómoda.
too heavy to move by yourself. A great mass of dead muscles, with hoarfrost covering his milky eyes.
Retorciéndolas una por una.
This is the right method. It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off, with nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces of skin and rotting flesh.
Con sorpresa.
Not good. Let's pin this on the bear. The ice bear tore up his legs with its claws. As for the boots, you can't possibly do anything with them until you've cleaned and disinfected them thoroughly. Yes, these absolutely need to be washed before. The stink is incredible. Didn't the whirling have a kitchen?
Oh, en la cocina. Cerrar la puerta. Ah, aquí. Las vas a poner a hervir, supongo.
This industrial gas-powered stove has been used to prepare food for many hungry hostel guests. There are several pots and pans on hand. Getting the corpse residue out of these boots is going to require patience, and also a huge pot full of boiling water, soap, and white vinegar.
Comprobar los utensilios.
A commercial pot draws your attention. It's very large, gigantic even. It could be used to make enough stew to feed an entire city, and also to boil a putrid pair of death boots. There is a variety of soaps and bleaches in the cabinet to the left of the stove. There is also a bottle of white vinegar in the cabinet next to the fridge. It's bad with those boots. Don't be stingy now.
Y el vinagre blanco.
The delicious smells of cheap soap and vinegar waft up from the pot. All right now, chef. Light up the stove and boil them.
Añadir agua y las botas.
The strong smell of vinegar forces you to step away from the pot. The water slowly comes to a boil. Strips of polymer fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. They float to the bubbling surface.
Precioso.
A two-course dinner of rotten flesh and hardened ceramic. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are beginning to look cooked.
Oh.
You can smell it too.
Riquísimo, la verdad.
Just like beef stew.
Poco más.
That's it, chef. The boots are as clean as they're going to get. Steam dense with the smell of strange meat disappears into the vent above the stove.
Examinar tus botas nuevas.
A pair of real beauties. The boots are shiny, hot, and reek of vinegar. Just perfect.
Las botas que me dan. 2 autoridad menos 1 de compostura. Y estos quedan 1 impuestos indirectos. Otro en un real. Lo puedo quitar, la verdad. Esto te queda grande.
You look down at the white ceramic sabatons hugging your arches and calves, surprised at how well they fit. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions.
No para fardar. Voy vestido con armadura futurista.
The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you.
El traje
It may
completo.
be a while before you have all the pieces. In the meantime, you should analyze the armor, figure out its vulnerabilities.
Vulnerabilidades.
Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it, observe its properties, see if there's a weakness in the design. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
Huevos. Vamos a ver. Y esta. Duele que flipas. Ni una espada le haría el más mínimo rasguño. Hasta una bala le rebotaría. Aún así debe tener algún defecto que te permita plantarle cara a tan peligrosa tecnología enemiga. Tienes que averiguar cuál es. Y si pruebas a darte una paliza a ti mismo mientras la llevas puesta, pegándote un tiro. A ver. Interiorizar. Vamos a dormir aquí. Ya pagué la habitación. Me iba a ir con la señora, pero ¿para qué? Me he dado cuenta que la pared se ve como súper jodida.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting, but it's yours. You've earned it.
Ir a dormir.
It's not easy, but your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try. After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
¿Cómo que tal vez?
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
Tirando en la eternidad.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time.
¿Qué estamos viendo?
Smoke in her mouth. The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
¿Qué es esto?
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now.
Uf.
You can never forget this shit.
Bórralas.
It's not possible anymore. It's stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
Ni siquiera ser el agente de la nada.
It's too late. You're not made of nothing anymore. You're something now, Harry. I tried to drown you in the black water, but you re-emerged. kicking and screaming, running. And for what?
For the working class.
Soy súper comunista, ¿eh?
For the money, baby. For the greater good.
A cada quien está dando su...
Solving your little crossword puzzles, doing your tasks, crossing names off lists, trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
El comunismo. De lo de inteligencia. Y eso es lo que me estoy maxiando, entonces tendría que... Comunismo.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
¿Por qué?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Sentir la almohada.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
Sí, sí.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work.
¿Qué pasa?
Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
Lo he mantenido todo bajo control.
It's good that your personal business is in order, but we're talking about political matters of world historical import here. You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism. But it won't be easy. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground.
Parte de las autoridades de la coalición.
Possibly. If you have been, it's only because you're a double agent acting in furtherance of your long-term objectives. Listen to this. Do you really think you're the kind of person an underground communist cell would entrust with a mission that requires such discretion?
Puede.
Regardless, what's past is past. You need to look forward to the work of building communism for all.
La picadora de salchichas socialista de Mazor.
Just between us, you may want to lay off this grind up the bourgeoisie stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists.
¿Cómo le da con ellos?
Let your nose guide you, detective.
Mi olfato.
Yes, fortunately, communists are known to have a very distinct smell. We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
¿A qué huele el comunismo?
Failure.
Increíble, eso huelo yo. No sé si podré soportar uno más.
That's why you're perfect for the job. No one's got a better nose for failure than you, Harry. What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and change of clothes couldn't fix. People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinaise, but you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. Incidentally, during the waning days of the anti-centennial revolution, a number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist slogan, "The future's bright when you flush out the white."
Organicémonos.
You'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinez. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact. Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic. Judging from the bust of Krasmazov and other revolutionary paraphernalia you discovered, it seems that the Cape Side apartments may be a hotbed of communist activity.
¿Y qué hago una vez que haga eso?
You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice. But mostly, you'll probably complain about other communists.
No es contraproducente.
Not at all. Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist.
Increíble. Al
Here
tajo.
we go. Wake, brave worker, 'tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below, and no masters o'erhead.
Pero yo creo que lo vamos a dejar por aquí, la verdad. ¿Verdad, partido? Este día se pasó bastante rápido. Besitos en su yoyopito. Que sueñen con los angelitos. Se me cuidan.